Chapter 658. Agesilaus' brother, Teleucius, died in battle on the Carkia Peninsula. Agesilaus was devastated and fell ill once again. In the end, another Sparta king, Agesilaus, gathered a large army from his allies on the Peloponnesus Peninsula and once again headed to northern Greece to attack the Carkia League. When Agesilaus arrived in northern Greece, it was the height of summer. Unfortunately, he caught a fever from the intense heat and died before he could engage the enemy in battle. After the Sparta Council of Elders hastily held the king's funeral, they once again sent out an expedition against the successor of the Carkia League. After a series of bitter battles, in the spring of the third year, that is, the 13th year of Dionia, 380 BC, Olympus was forced to surrender and disband the league. At the same time, the other city-states on the Carkia Peninsula were forced to join the Sparta League. The coastal cities of Macedonia were also returned to King Amyntas of Macedonia, and Sparta gained the supremacy of northern Greece in one fell swoop. During the fierce battle in northern Greece, the Sparta people adopted a high-handed policy in the Peloponnesus Peninsula. They forced Phus, a city-state in the middle of the peninsula, to recall the previously exiled nobles. As a result, a war broke out between the nobles and the commoners, and Sparta supported the nobles. After half a year of siege, Phus was forced to surrender. Then, according to the wishes of Sparta, a new system of government was implemented. In central Greece, after Sparta controlled the Thebes and supported Plataea, it gained the support of the other city-states in Boeotia. Sparta's power began to expand from the Boeotia region in central Greece to the Attica region in the east and the Phocis region in the west. After the rainy spring came the hot summer. The commander of Sparta's northern expedition, Polybiades, led his army back from northern Greece in victory. Before entering the flat and fertile Boeotia region, they first had to pass through Thessaly, Maris, Doris, Phocis, and other regions. There were many places here that were worthy of being worshipped by the victorious Sparta generals. The first was Ida. Legend had it that the ancestor of the Sparta royal family, Hercules, sacrificed himself on a pyre on this mountain and ascended to heaven in the flames to join the family of the Olympian gods. Secondly, when crossing the narrow pass, the narrowest passage could only accommodate 2 four-wheeled carriages side by side. This passage was called the Hot Spring Pass. Its name resonated strongly with the Sparta soldiers. 100 years ago, Leonidas, the Sparta king, led his 300 guards to fight against the Persia army here. All of them died in battle, winning eternal glory for the Sparta warriors. Almost every time the Sparta army passed through this place, they would worship it. At the end of the rugged path, they came to a little fertile lowland called the Plain of Doris, from which the name of the Greek race, the Dorians, is derived. The Spartans were Dorians. Hundreds of years ago, the Greeks who migrated from the desolate north first rested in the Doris Plain. Eventually, they invaded the lowland surrounded by mountains and scattered along the coastline. After hundreds of years, they had forgotten their barbarian identity. For example, the Spartans had always claimed that they were the blood of Hercules and that they were the descendants of Menelaus, the former king of Sparta. To the south of the Doris Plain, near the Gulf of Corinth, there was also a mountain famous throughout Greece called Parnassus. Legend had it that the steep mountain was occupied by a gigantic python named Pedon, which was known for eating humans. Under the instruction of Hera, it had hunted down Apollo Arthenes and their mother Leto when they were young. When Apollo grew up, he came to the mountain and found the giant monster that was devouring eagles in a lonely and gloomy canyon. He shot the monster with a deadly arrow and became the ruler of this area. Apollo planted the laurel tree to purify this sacred land. Later, people cut down the branches of the laurel tree and built temples of Apollo one after another. This became the holy land of the Greeks, Delphi. It was a place with high mountains and dense forests. The soil was barren, making it difficult for the local people to make a living. Apollo said to them, "Guard my temple and receive the people who come to visit with hospitality." So the people of Delphi became priests of Apollo. They built huge temples of Apollo and fairly charged everyone who came to seek oracle and worship the same fee. Because of the justice of the Delphic priests, more and more Greeks believed in the oracle of Delphi, and believed that Apollo would live on Mount Parnassus for 9 months every year, where the air was pure. It was also rumored that when Zeus first ascended the throne to rule the world, he wanted to measure the land he inherited, so he released 2 eagles to the east and west to observe the flight of the 2 eagles to determine the center of the world. As a result, the 2 eagles met at Delphi, where Zeus left a huge stone egg, Omphale, as a mark. This stone egg has been preserved to this day. As a result, Delphi became even more famous, surpassing the Greek race and becoming famous throughout the Mediterranean Sea. For this reason, the priests of Delphi also welcomed foreigners to come here to pray for oracle. When the warring city-states came to seek the judgment of the oracle of Delphi, they completely believed in the oracle's judgment. Therefore, the neutrality of Delphi must be guaranteed. Otherwise, no one could bear the consequences. 200 years ago, when a neighboring and powerful city-state, Crisa, tried to annex Delphi, the whole of Greece was shocked and launched an angry counterattack. Many city-states formed a coalition to defend this sacred land. They even violated Greek tradition by poisoning the river that the Crisans drank. The city of Crisa was conquered, and this impious city was razed to the ground. The bay that separated the Greek mainland from the Peloponnesus Peninsula was originally called the Gulf of Crisa because of the great city-state of Phocis. After the war, it was named after the important city-state on the Isthmus, Corinth. More than 200 years later, the field where Crisa used to live was still a barren land. No one dared to live there because it was a place cursed by the gods. After the most tragic lesson, the city-states around Delphi established a close neighbor alliance, the Amphictyon Alliance. It included the people of Thessaly, Phociotis, Locris, Phocis, Piotia, Athens. Later, the city-states on the Peloponnesus Peninsula also joined in under the leadership of Sparta. The main purpose of this alliance was to protect Delphi's neutrality and not allow any forces to harm or annex Delphi. Therefore, this alliance was also called the Sacred Alliance. Each alliance provided 2 representatives as a member of the entire alliance. Every spring and autumn, a meeting was held in Delphi to discuss the governance of the Delphi region, the maintenance of the temples, the hosting of the Pythian Games, and the management of the sacred products of Apollo. In this way, the oracles and the nobles of Delphi were given an independent status, and Delphi became more prosperous. On this day, the nobles and priests from all over Delphi walked up the winding stone steps to a steep hillside. The main temple of Apollo, built from giant stones, was located here. It was backed by the straight and bare cliffs of Mount Parnassus, overlooking the deep and serene Plessis Valley in front of it. It gave off a cold and solemn feeling. The 9 powerful priests of Apollo were the representatives of the 9 Greek tribes that had lived in Delphi for hundreds of years. There was also a woman sitting in the temple with the 9 priests. She was a shriveled old woman with sagging skin and a face full of wrinkles. She did not have a striking appearance, but she had great prestige among the Greeks. She was the one who walked into the oracle office and delivered the oracles of Apollo to the people in the sulphurous smell of smoke. She did not have a name of her own. She was called the Pythia. Every oracle issued by Apollo was called the Pythia. 10 people sat in a circle in the temple with solemn expressions. The old priest in the lead was the chief priest of the main temple of Apollo, Cercidas. He said, "An hour ago I sent off the Sparta general Polybidas, who conquered Chalcidia. Before the Sparta's northern expedition, Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, sent someone to seek an oracle for his expedition. He came this time to thank Apollo for his guidance. The sincerity of the Sparta people toward Apollo is amazing." But Cercidas changed the topic and said in a low voice he brought 4 fully armed soldiers and let them set foot on the sacred Mount Parnassus. After I protested, he let them go down the mountain. This is blasphemy. It is common knowledge that people with sharp weapons are not allowed to enter the sacred area. These Sparta people should be severely punished. A priest shouted angrily. Severely punished? The Sparta people are known for their barbarism and rudeness. If they cause trouble, we will be the ones to suffer. You should know that their army is stationed in the Doles plains not far to the north. Another priest said helplessly. Do you think the Sparta people dare to lead their army into Delphi? If they dare to do that, the whole of Greece will form another anti-Sparta alliance and completely destroy Sparta, just like how they destroyed Clyssa. Another priest said angrily. Chapter 659. Cercidas sighed. When Agesilaus' emissary came here to ask for the oracle, he made a request to me. I hope that when Sparta's enemies come here to ask for the oracle, we can secretly tell the Sparta what they ask for. That's not all. Patmos, who was in charge of managing the sacred vault, said angrily. After Polybidas left the temple, he purposely went to my place and said, This time they have consumed a lot of resources in the expedition to northern Greece, and they owe the pay of more than 1,000 mercenaries in the team. The Sparta are too arrogant. Cabadas, the priest in charge of the Pythian games, shouted angrily, We must teach them a lesson to dispel their ambitions towards Delphi. Teach Sparta a lesson? They are now the overlord of Greece, and they have the support of Persia. If we anger them, I'm afraid it will be even more disadvantageous for our Delphi. Patmos said worriedly. At this moment, the high priest Sitarsis voiced out the idea that he had been thinking for a long time, who said that we are going to fight against Sparta head-on. We can invite a strong force to join the sacred alliance to balance out the absolute advantage that Sparta has in the alliance. The eyes of the priests lit up. Patmos thought for a moment and said, Then who should we invite? Macedonia. Macedonia! Cabadas snorted. The Sparta expedition to northern Greece is to help Macedonia. The Macedonians can't wait to thank Sparta, so why would they fight against it? Moreover, although Macedonia's territory is vast, they don't have enough power. They can't even defeat the barbarians, so how can they fight against the powerful Sparta? At this moment, another priest, Critomene, said hesitantly, Now, I'm afraid the only Greek force that can fight against Sparta is Dionia. Are we going to invite them? As soon as he finished speaking, Cabadas loudly objected. No, no. Dionia is a barbaric kingdom, not a Greek force at all. How could the kingdom of Dionia be a barbaric country? Last year and this year, the All-Greek Scholars' Conference was held there, and many scholars went to Thurii, and they all spoke highly of the academic atmosphere there. What's more, Thurii, Tarentum, Locri, Silatina, Crotone, Lygium, Cateni. These cities under the kingdom of Dionia were all famous Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea more than 10 years ago. Every year, they contribute a lot of gold and silver to the sacred treasury of Delphi. Clementi argued, The Holy Alliance has never invited any of the Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean Sea to join us, because they are all colonies. Cabadas still objected. Clementi sighed, Everyone, it's not like it was a few decades ago. Everything depends on the strength of the city-states. The tradition has long been broken. The Covenant of the Holy Alliance also states that no city in the alliance is allowed to be destroyed. But you see, there are many examples like Sparta destroying Mandinia and Plataea, and Dionia is the most powerful Greek country in the western Mediterranean Sea. I'm afraid it is also the most powerful force in the entire Greek world. Even Sparta has taken the initiative to go to Thurii many times to discuss the covenant. Only by inviting Dionia to join the alliance will the domineering Sparta fear and restrain themselves. Clementi's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Patmos said awkwardly, Even if we have the intention to invite Dionia to join the Holy Alliance, will Dionia agree? You must know that all these years we, like the Olympia, have firmly opposed Dionia's participation in the games, and because it has never offered gold or silver to the sacred treasury of Delphi, we have secretly promoted the barbarism of Dionia, hoping that the Greek freedmen will not migrate to Dionia. The priests all looked a little unnatural. They had all done such things before. Cabadas complained, Dionia highly respects Hades, causing the number of Dionia citizens who come to Delphi to seek the oracle is decreasing. If this continues, I'm afraid that all the Greeks in the western Mediterranean Sea will regard Delphi as nothing. His words resonated with the other priests, and everyone began to complain. At this moment, Archbishop Cercidas said, "It seems that you have all confirmed that the Greek country to be invited is Dionia. As for the problem of the Temple of Hades, I think you don't have to worry about it. I've learned about the Temple of Hades in Dionia. Although it is very important in the hearts of the Dionia people, the Temple of Hades doesn't seem to value divination and oracles very much, and this happens to be the field that we, Delphi, are good at and the only field." Cercidas emphasized. He knew very well that the reason why Hades could develop so quickly in Dionia must be because of the powerful king who claimed to be a descendant of Hades, and Delphi should not be so stupid as to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Delphi and the Temple of Hades do not conflict with each other. I think the hundreds of years of tradition of oracles in Dionia will make the people of Dionia who encounter difficulties hope to seek guidance from Apollo. And we can also guide the Greek freedmen who are living in difficulties to the Italian peninsula to find a new life. Even if Dionia is willing to join the Sacred Alliance, I'm afraid that Sparta will not agree to it. After all, we only have the right to suggest, but not the right to decide. Patmos reminded. Cercidas sighed. This is the problem that worries me the most. I heard that in the treaty signed between Dionia and Sparta, there is a treaty that states that Dionia shall not interfere in the affairs of the eastern Mediterranean. Although this shows that Sparta is afraid of Dionia, it also proves that Sparta is wary of Dionia. Sparta will definitely oppose Dionia joining the Sacred Alliance. But the Sacred Alliance does not have the right to interfere in the affairs of other city-states. It is only an organization that protects Delphi. I believe that Sparta will not react that violently, many of Crete consoled. At this moment, Cercidas brought up the idea that he had already thought of. My suggestion is, can we send someone to Thurii secretly to discuss with the king of Dionia and have them take the initiative to make a request to the Sacred Alliance? Meanwhile, we can privately contact Athens, Corinth, Argos, Mecca, and other city-states that are at odds with Sparta. With this kind of pressure, I believe that Sparta will have no choice but to consider it carefully. After hearing this, all the priests felt that this was a good idea. None of them objected. What if Dionia is unwilling to join the Sacred Alliance? In their opinion, Dionia would definitely be overjoyed to be invited to Delphi, the holy land of the Greeks. Patmos looked at the Pythia, who had been resting with her eyes closed, and asked respectfully, "About this matter, what did Apollo's oracle say?" For something as important as this, Apollo's oracle must have been consulted beforehand. If there was absolutely no hope of success, it would not have been brought up in a meeting of the priests. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Pythia, the old woman who was dressed like a young girl. This was a requirement of the Temple of Apollo, a symbol of chastity. Opened her murky eyes and chanted in a low, raspy voice, "O scorching sun, exhausting its radiance, falling beneath the mountains, the pitch-black curtain of night had already descended. Clusters of blazing bonfires, illuminating it as bright as day." Just as the priests were pondering the profound meaning of the oracle, Cercidas continued, "Since Dionia worships Hades as the kingdom's protector, this god is only the lord of darkness. So I think Apollo's oracle is saying, the sun represented by Sparta is about to fall, and Dionia will take its place. As for those bonfires, I haven't figured it out yet. Perhaps it's referring to another rising power. Oracles were always cryptic, just like the gods themselves. Although the priests could not understand it at the moment, it did not affect their execution of the matter, because at least the general direction seemed to be in the right. Last year's scorching summer had killed the king of Sparta, Agesiporus. This year's summer was a huge test for Dionia. In the royal palace of Dionia, the king's Devers, Minister of Commerce Marigi, Minister of Finance Murses, and the 5 presidents of the Senate were listening to the report of the Minister of Agriculture, Buccos, with solemn expressions. In fact, last year, there was less rain in the spring and summer than in the past. But this year, from February to July, there has been no rain for more than 5 months in southern Italy. Areas such as Lucania, Apulia, this area includes Massapi, Pacetti and Downey, Magna Grecia and Brudi, are all facing a serious water shortage. Small rivers such as the Cisno River and the Saraceno River have basically exposed their riverbeds and turned into small streams. Large rivers such as the Crati River, the Ramato River, and the Neto River have narrowed and their water levels have dropped. If it were not for the widespread use of water wheels, a large area of wheat seedlings may have withered in the Sabari Plain, the Croton Plain, the Orfenia Plain, and the Cosenza Plateau. But if such a drought continues for another month, I'm afraid the entire southern Italy will suffer a serious crop failure during the autumn harvest in September. Judging from the current situation, the possibility of such a bad situation happening is very high. It's not just a problem of grain failure. Such dry weather has lasted for so long, the pasture in the mountains has withered, and many of the livestock raised by the herdsmen have died. Vespa lamented. Chapter 660. All right. Buckos reminded them again. The Ministry of Agriculture has specifically investigated the grain storage of the people in Turiai, Crotone, Grimentum, Cosenza, Locri, and other cities. They can only last until November at most. How's the situation in Sicily? And Teres asked. There's plenty of rain in Sicily this year. The cities of Catani and Naxos should have a good harvest, Buckos replied. What about Campania? The farmland in that area is in good condition. After Anteri's reminder, Buckos continued. There's no drought in Carthage in Africana either. Only central Greece and Peloponnesus are experiencing the same situation as us, but their situation is slightly less severe. After listening to his subordinate's report, the Devers could not help but tap his fingers on the table. His expression was also a little ugly, but very quickly he relaxed his brows and said slowly, the heavens are unpredictable, and people have their ups and downs. The gods can't take care of our Dionia forever. This upcoming drought is a test for our kingdom. But what do we have to be afraid of? We've already prepared for it, haven't we? In the past, during Senate meetings, there were always people who said, the granaries that we built, aside from the occasional supply for the army to fight, have been left empty most of the time. It's a complete waste. But this time, these seemingly wasted granaries will save the lives of millions of our Dionia citizens. The Devers' words made Lucius, Merces, and the others feel ashamed. After a small knock on the table, the Devers continued to ask, Buckos, have you done any statistics on how long the grain in our kingdom's granaries can last the people of southern Italy? Buckos was already prepared for this. He said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, our kingdom has a total of 9 granaries. They are located in Grimentum, Turiai, Cosenza, Crotone, Trine, Locri, Catani, Urdi, and Silvium. They correspond to the garrisons of the 10 major armies. There are about 100,000 tons of grain in total. The population of southern Italy is about 5 million. If everyone has 2 meals a day, just enough to keep them warm, we can guarantee a food supply for about 6 months. Only 6 months. This food can't last until next year's autumn harvest. Vespa sighed. The other chairman glanced at him. To prevent him from feeling awkward, Marigi immediately explained. In the past few years, the citizens have made a lot of money from selling grain because of the successive harvests. There are very few citizens who are poor. The grains in our granary are not being supplied to them for free, but are being sold at a lower price in the market so that they can afford it. This will help them tide over this crisis and prevent the grain merchants from raising the price crazily, thus causing panic among the people. The Devers said in a deep voice, 100,000 tons of grain is still not enough. We must have sufficient grain reserves to deal with the upcoming drought. Also, we need to store enough wheat seeds for next year's sowing. Merces, before the news spreads, use the national treasury to send people to Carthage, Cyrenaica, and even Egypt to buy a large amount of grain. Yes, your majesty, I will do it immediately. Mircea answered without any hesitation or evasion. He knew that this was the most important thing for the kingdom. Marigi, the Ministry of Commerce, has to strictly control the markets in the cities. Let the grain merchants sell their grain at an appropriate price. They are not allowed to disturb the market or raise the price blindly. For grain merchants who ignore warnings and act recklessly, allow the Ministry of Commerce and the courts to punish them severely. At the same time, you have to work together with the governors of the cities. When selling grain from the granaries, verify the identity of the buyer. Everyone is only allowed to buy a certain amount of grain every day. This is to prevent people from reselling the grain in the granaries in order to make a fortune. If such a despicable person is found, he will be severely punished. I understand, your majesty. Marigi's expression was also serious. Bukkos, the Devers turned to the Minister of Agriculture. Now that the drought is coming, the rivers have become shallower, and the use of water wheels has been greatly reduced. To solve the problem of drinking water for the citizens, digging wells is a very good solution. You and the Ministry of Construction have to work together and dig deep wells in the cities to solve the problem of water shortage. Yes, your majesty, I will rush to the Ministry of Construction in a moment. Bukkos' expression relaxed slightly. The Devers' gaze finally fell on the 5 chairmen on duty. Sirs, the Senate needs to hold an emergency meeting to discuss a proposal to deal with the drought as soon as possible. This is to remind the citizens to save on food and water and to store more water in their homes. At the same time, we need to comfort them not to panic and to remain calm. With the protection of Hades and the full support of the kingdom, they will definitely get through this crisis. Your Majesty, we will hold a meeting in the afternoon. Cornelis immediately replied. The Devers nodded. His gaze swept across everyone in the room. Their solemn expressions revealed their nervousness. So he asked loudly, Lucius, how did you deal with the drought in Greece 25 years ago? Your Majesty, Lucius recalled the situation at that time, and his face showed some pain. At that time, the people of Crotone raised gold and silver and went to Carthage to buy grain. However, the cunning people of Carthage knew that we had a drought and immediately increased the price of grain by several times. So we were unable to buy more grain. The council had no choice but to draw lots and send some of the citizens to Iberia to colonize. Later, these citizens who went out died from the attacks of the Iberian natives. Yes, a small country is weak, and when faced with such a natural disaster, they can only endure the pain of losing their family and friends, and the destruction of their families. However, the kingdom of Dionia has the ability to make every family in the kingdom not suffer such suffering. We have to see that this drought is a bad thing, but also a good thing. It will make those few citizens who are still obsessed with the long history of the original city-state and delusional about the independence of the city see clearly and understand that only by staying in such a powerful kingdom can they ensure that they can safely survive every natural and man-made disaster. Only then can their homes obtain long-term peace. The words of the Devers inspired the spirits of the senators present and aroused their resonance. After working hard for more than 10 years in this kingdom with a unique regime, even Lucius, who joined the latest, was becoming more and more aware of this powerful country. After the Devers sent Cornelis and the others away, Aristyrus came in before he could catch his breath. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Intelligence has sent news about Rome from the north. As soon as he heard Rome, the Devers immediately perked up and asked, What's the situation? The Wolski in the south of Rome joined forces with the Equi in the east of Rome and the Hernic in the southeast. They were invited by the rebellious Latin alliance of Rome, Praenest, to invade the territory of Rome. It is reported that they have about 20,000 troops. Praenest? The Devers thought for a moment, but he did not have any impression in his mind. He immediately turned to the clerk, Hinepolis. Henny, go and get the map of central Italy. The map was placed on the desk. The Devers looked down and finally found the location of the Latin city-state. Praeneste was a large Latin city-state located more than 60 miles southeast of Rome, near the mountains. It happened to be at the entrance of the lowlands between the mountains, blocking the way into the Equi and the Hernic. In other words, its rebellion would allow the Equi and the Hernic to easily invade the Latin alliance of Rome and threaten the city of Rome itself. Has Rome's troops that went to the north to attack Etruria returned? The Devers asked again. Not yet, Aristeas replied. The Devers rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. In the 3rd year of Dionia, 390 BC, the Celtic king Brennus, who was entrenched in the upper reaches of the Po River in the north of Italy, united most of the Celtic tribes and invaded the Etrurians in the south. They were unstoppable, defeating many Etruscan forces and capturing many towns. Just as they began to besiege the city of Clusium, Rome, as an ally, sent troops to rescue them. As a result, the Celts and the Roman army fought near the Arria River, and Rome was defeated. What the Devers did not know was that, because in this life there was no emissary sent by Dionysius died in the hands of Phoebidas 2 years ago, the Celts did not abandon the Etrurian towns along the way to attack. Instead, they quickly advanced to the city of Rome. Instead, they continued to kill and plunder along the way, and it was not until more than 2 months later that they crossed the Tiber River. At this time, the walls of Rome were dilapidated and did not even completely surround the entire urban area of Rome. In addition, half of the young and middle-aged people in the city were killed or wounded in battle, and most of the civilians finally left the city of Rome due to the conflict between the nobles and the civilians a few years ago, and settled down in the city of Venus. Therefore, the city of Rome no longer had enough troops to defend itself. Except for a few old and weak people who were unwilling to leave their homeland, and a few who were willing to stay outside the Capitoline citadel, most of the civilians had to evacuate the city of Rome. Some of them went to Venus, and a few went to a Latin city called Ardea, south of Rome. The famous Roman general Camillus, who once conquered Venus but was expelled because he was framed, lived here in seclusion. Chapter 661. When Camillus learned of the fall of Rome, he was devastated. He gathered the people of Rome who had fled to Audi and formed an army. At the same time, he convinced the people of Audi to join him. Then, he found an opportunity to launch a night attack on the careless Celtic tribes who had come to collect grain. He won a great victory. The news of his victory quickly spread throughout Latin, and Camillus became famous. The people of Latin, who hated the Celts for their invasion, came to join him, and the people of Rome and Veii also asked to be under his command. After taking a risk and receiving the appointment of a Rome senator who was still defending the Capitoline citadel, he became the military dictator. Camillus organized an army that grew larger and larger, and at the same time attacked the Celts who were collecting grain in various Latin towns. As time passed, the situation of the Celts became more and more difficult. Because of the lack of grain and the fear of Camillus's army, they did not dare to loot everywhere. Large numbers of corpses were piled up in Rome. No one took care of them and buried them, causing an epidemic. Coupled with the fact that they were not acclimatized to the climate, the Celts fell sick and died in battle. Their morale was extremely low. King Brennus, who had stayed in Rome for half a year, could not resist the persuasion of many tribal leaders and decided to negotiate peace with the people of Rome. However, the people of Rome who were defending the Capitoline citadel secretly learned that Camillus was leading a large army to Rome, so they refused to negotiate. Although Brennus was angry, he could not do anything. However, he was not willing to leave empty-handed. Just as he was hesitating, he heard that Camillus was leading a large army to rescue them. Seeing that the morale of the Celts was low, Brennus did not dare to fight them and was forced to retreat. However, less than 10 miles away from Rome, the Latin allied army, led by Camillus, caught up, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, the Celts suffered a crushing defeat. Most of them were surrounded and killed by their pursuers. A small number of them scattered and fled in different directions. As a result, the people of the neighboring towns and villages all came out to search for them. Almost all of them were slaughtered, and only Brennus and a few dozen of his trusted aides managed to escape. This battle dealt a heavy blow to the Celts in the upper reaches of the Po River, and their strength was greatly reduced. Although the people of Rome suffered losses in the war against the Celts, it alleviated the conflict between the nobles and the commoners. The people who had migrated to Veii returned to Rome and worked together to rebuild the city of Rome. The Senate also enacted laws to reconcile the nobles and commoners. At the same time, they took the time to accept the refugees who had lost their homes in the Latin Alliance and rebuilt the Latin Alliance. Camillus learned his lesson from the defeat at the Allia River and combined it with his own battle experience. After obtaining the support of the Senate, he reformed the Roman army. At the same time, Rome unexpectedly received the support of a powerful country in the western Mediterranean. Therefore, in the second year after the war with the Celts, Rome began to recover its vitality. It began to attack the surrounding Latin city-states that had left the Latin Alliance and abandoned Rome. After a few years of hard fighting, most of the Latin cities were under its control, and the Latin Alliance was rebuilt. During this period, the Etruscans from the north took advantage of the fact that the Roman army was pinned down in the Latin region and sent out a large army to surround the important Etruscan city-state that Rome had spent many years to conquer. It was now a colonial city of Rome, Veii, and they tried to force it to surrender. The people of Rome defended the city and refused to surrender. They repelled the enemy's attacks many times and even crossed the river to ask for help. As soon as the Latin War ended, Camillus led the Roman army to attack the Etruscan army that had surrounded Veii on the north bank of the Tiber River. The Etruscans had yet to recover their strength after being ravaged by the Celts. On the other hand, the morale of the Roman army was high after Camillus reformed the military system. The two sides clashed several times, and the Roman army was victorious. After repelling the Etruscan army, the people of Rome did not give up. After learning about the weakness of the Etruscans through the war, they seized the opportunity and continued to attack the Etruscan territory that had been a threat to Rome for hundreds of years. In just a few years, as the important Etruscan city-states such as Tarquina, Velch, Novae, and Volsii were conquered one after another, Rome had also brought most of the southern part of Etruscan territory under its control. During this period, the Volsci and Hernici in the southern part of Rome were afraid that the rise of a powerful Rome would threaten the safety of their territory. From time to time, they would gather other forces around Rome to attack the territories of Rome and its allies. This time, the scale of the attack should be the largest in the past decade. Devers stared at Rome and its colonial cities on the map, as well as the allies that had surrendered to him. It had already covered a large area. He knew that if Rome was allowed to grow, it would cause a lot of trouble to Daionia. However, for the past 10 years, Daionia had been concentrating a lot of manpower and resources to integrate and unify southern Italy and eastern Sicily. It really did not have the extra power to interfere with Rome in the middle of Italy. To the people of Daionia, that was an unfamiliar area. It would be too much for Daionia to send a large force, and sending a small force would be easy to destroy. He hoped that this attack from the Volsci could pose a threat to Rome. Unfortunately, his understanding of the history of Rome in his previous life was more from the beginning of the Punic War. He knew very little about the history of the early rise of Rome. The only person he knew was Camillus. After reading the information collected by the intelligence department and combining it with the little knowledge he had learned in his previous life, he realized that Camillus, who was very famous in the Latin region at this time, was the Camillus who was known as the Father of Rome in his previous life. "Where is Camillus now?" he asked immediately. Aristides was stunned for a moment and immediately understood that Devers was talking about the person he had asked them to pay attention to. Previously, Camillus did not serve as the commander of the expedition to Etruria, citing his old age and weak health. He has been staying in the city of Rome, and there is no new news so far. It seems that this time the people of Rome will let him serve as the commander of the coalition against the Volsci. Devers sighed softly. "Observe the war closely and report to me at any time." "Yes, your Majesty," Aristides replied. Devers pondered for a moment and remembered something. He hurriedly said to his clerk, Hinepolis, Henri immediately read a letter to the governors of Catanae, Naxos, Sicily, Herbata, these cities in Sicily. Ask them to try to persuade the people to sell their surplus food to the city hall at an appropriate price after the autumn harvest for the people in the southern region. Yes, your majesty. I will write the letter immediately and give it to you for review. Hinepolis finished speaking and immediately prepared to write the letter. Devers looked down at the icon of Rome on the map again and sighed inwardly. This drought really came at the wrong time. 2 days later, Devers received the Delphic priest, Clementine, who had hurried over to the palace. Devers did not show any joy at Delphi's invitation. On the contrary, he only expressed his gratitude to Delphi politely, but said that unless Delphi openly invited the kingdom of Dionia to join the Holy Alliance, Dionia would only take action. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Dionia to take the initiative to make an application. Clementine was stunned. He thought that Dionia would be grateful to Delphi's favor, but he did not expect the Devers to be so cold and arrogant. In fact, if Clementine had a deeper understanding of the national conditions of Dionia, he would definitely understand why Devers did this. Because Devers was not only the king of the kingdom of Dionia, but also the high priest of the temple of Hades and the descendant of Pluto. How could he proactively worship another god? Even if the two gods controlled different territories, it would still make him feel that he could not explain to the priests and believers of Hades. But if Delphi took the initiative to invite him, Devers would find it easier to accept. On the surface, it was just a question of whether he took the initiative or not. But in fact, it was an important issue that would determine who was the leader of the two gods in Dionia. Both sides were at a stalemate at this crucial point, and neither could give in. Clementine had no choice but to change the topic, to invite Dionia to participate in the next Pythian Games, which would be held 2 years later, in the summer of 379 BC. Devers thanked Delphi again for the invitation, but reminded him, Dionia is a kingdom of many races. As long as the Pythian Games allow foreign citizens of Dionia to participate, Dionia will definitely form a team to participate. This condition was precisely something that Delphi could not agree to on its own. Such an unconventional action would require the approval of the members of the Holy Alliance. Similarly, Delphi, of course, could not risk the wrath of Sparta by openly inviting Dionia to join the Holy Alliance. Clementine thought that he came with sincerity, but because of the arrogance of the Devers, he got nothing. In the end, he left in anger, and the matter of Dionia joining the Holy Alliance was put on hold. However, when the angry Clementine returned, he spread the rumor that the king of Dionia was arrogant and rude to Delphi. Chapter 662. In the Latin region of central Italy, Camillus, whom the Devers were concerned about, received an order from the Senate of Rome to lead the troops stationed in Rome to repel the Volsci's coalition army. Although he repeatedly declined, saying that he was old and weak, and that he was not suited to lead troops, hoping that the task would be given to a more suitable candidate, the people of Rome strongly urged him to take up the position. In reality, they did not expect him to lead the troops and charge into the enemy's ranks. Instead, they strongly believed in his combat experience and ability to command troops. They believed that he would bring a glorious victory to Rome. Camillus had no choice but to accept. Considering that Camillus was unable to go into battle, the Senate also assigned him a young military governor named Lucius Florius to be his partner. The two of them led the remaining 2 legions in the city, a total of 12,000 soldiers from the Roman duchy, and joined up with a few thousand soldiers from their allies. They then led the army to the southeast and quickly arrived at the borders of Praenester. Just as they were about to encounter the Volsci coalition army, Camillus ordered the army to stop and set up camp. He wanted to delay the battle with the enemy. On the one hand, he did not want to engage the enemy's morale at this moment. He wanted to wait for the enemy to slack off, or force the enemy to take the initiative to attack their camp. On the other hand, one of the reasons he had delayed his appointment to the Senate was that he had caught a cold and was still feverish. His body was weak, and he wanted to wait for his body to recover before fighting the enemy, who knew that the other young military governor, Florius, was eager to gain merit and was eager to engage the enemy in battle. Camillus could not go to battle because he was sick, so he could monopolize the battle. Thus, he privately encouraged the officers in the army to unanimously request for battle from Camillus. Seeing that it was difficult to go against the will of the people, Camillus did not want others to think that he was being jealous and did not want to let the young people win merit and glory. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to let Lucius Florius lead the army into battle, while he led a small number of soldiers to guard the camp. Out of concern for the battle, he sent people to monitor the progress of the battle and report back to him. Lying on the sickbed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When Frius learned that the Roman army's formation wasn't complete yet, he had rashly launched an attack. As a result, they were defeated by the enemy, and the routed soldiers were fleeing to the camp. He forgot about his illness and leaped out of bed to organize the remaining soldiers to quickly prepare for defense. He personally ran to the gate of the camp and loudly urged the soldiers, who had retreated from the battlefield, to pick up their weapons and fight back the enemies who had followed them. The routed soldiers saw this highly prestigious, white-haired old general nailed like a boulder in front of the gate. Not retreating a single step, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. One after another, they turned around to fight, cooperating with the defending troops in the camp and finally driving away the enemy. After this ordeal, Camillus broke out in a cold sweat, and his cold was more than half healed. He couldn't help but thank Minerva for her protection. The dejected and guilt-ridden military official, Frius, came to Camillus to ask for forgiveness. Camillus didn't harshly criticize this young general who fought recklessly. Instead, he patiently asked him about the whole process of the battle. After some thought, he said to Frius, "Tomorrow we will lead the army out of the camp and fight the enemy." Frius thought he heard wrong. "We just experienced a defeat in the battle. It is because of this defeat that the honorable citizens of Rome urgently need a victory to wash away this shame." Camillus said firmly. Motivated, Frius nodded in agreement. Soon, the news of the battle tomorrow morning spread throughout the camp. The soldiers heard that the highly respected general Camillus would lead them out of the camp for a decisive battle to wash away the shame of this defeat. Immediately, all of them were no longer dejected. Instead, they rubbed their palms together and swore to God that they would take revenge. The next day, after Camillus led the army out of the camp for a mile, they stopped and quickly began to get into formation. When the Volsci coalition heard that the defeated Rome had walked out of the camp, they were overjoyed and hurried over with their troops. Before they could fully get into formation, Camillus ordered the whole army to attack. The Roman soldiers, eager for revenge, launched a fierce attack on the Volsci coalition, and Camillus focused the attack on the weaker Helnici. After a fierce battle, the disorganized Volsci coalition was at a complete disadvantage. The Helnici were the first to be defeated, and then the whole army was routed. Camillus ordered the whole army to continue the chase and not let up. The Roman army took the opportunity to occupy the enemy's camp. Most of the Volsci coalition soldiers were either killed or captured, and the Roman soldiers celebrated their victory. But after a day of rest, news came that another Latin ally in Rome, Bo, had been captured by the Helnici. Camillus immediately made the decision to send the heavy infantry back to Rome, and then led the light infantry to rush to Bo and launch an assault on the Helnici. The Helnici, who had just occupied the town, were caught off guard and were quickly defeated. Most of the soldiers were killed. Camillus returned to Rome with a large number of spoils of war and captives. The people of Rome cheered for him. The Senate of Rome, under his suggestion, ordered the Roman army that had returned from the north to attack the Etruscans, to attack the Iaci, Helnici, and other forces in the east. 2 months later, the Iaci, Helnici, and Marsi, who had suffered heavy losses in the previous war, could no longer resist and chose to surrender. After the Romans sorted out their main enemies in the east and southeast, they began to set their sights on the Volsci in the south. The Volsci were an ancient race in Italy, Hundreds of years ago, they lived in the upper valley of the Ligus River in the northeast of Italy. But as the Celts continued to invade the south, the Volsci were forced to migrate to the southwest of Italy. Finally, they settled on the fertile land south of Ladin and lived there peacefully for hundreds of years. But because of the rise and expansion of Rome, the Volsci had no choice but to engage in constant armed conflicts with the power that had become their neighbor in the north. In the past 100 years, the two sides fought many times. In the beginning, the Volsci still had the upper hand. But as Rome conquered the surrounding Latin city-states and established the Latin alliance, its power increased greatly, and the Volsci gradually found it difficult to attack Rome. And in the 358th year of the founding of Rome, 396 BC, the Roman general Camillus led his army to conquer the powerful Etruscan state in the northern region of the Tiber River, Veii. This conquest not only completely occupied the surrounding land of the Tiber River, but also intimidated the surrounding races and forces. So, the Volsci and Rome signed a peace treaty. But 4 years later, the Celts captured the city of Rome, and Rome's power declined, leading to the dissolution of the Latin alliance. The Volsci took the opportunity to tear up the treaty and joined forces with the forces around Rome to continuously invade Rome's territory and allies. Until this time, they were completely defeated by the army led by Camillus. The Volsci had suffered heavy losses, but before they could catch their breath, the army of Rome invaded Volsci's territory and surrounded the powerful state in the northwest of Volsci, Velletri. While the Volsci gathered their troops to help, they also considered asking for reinforcements from other forces. In the past few years after the military reform of Rome, they became more and more powerful. Volsci had lost several wars with Rome, so they were afraid of the people of Rome. In fact, the Samni were the closest and more powerful force to Volsci. Unfortunately, this powerful mountain race had always been very aggressive toward the forces around them. In the past, Volsci and the Samni had fought many times. Several Volsci towns near the Samni mountains, such as Sora and Seti, were still occupied by the Samni. How could the Volsci dare to ask for help from this violent, hostile force? Therefore, after some discussion, the Volsci alliance agreed that the strongest kingdom in the south, Daionia, was the most suitable place to ask for help. However, Volsci did not have any formal diplomatic contact with Daionia, and they were afraid that they would be rejected. So, the Volsci came up with a solution. The Volsci alliance sent an emissary south to the Campania region. In the Campania region, there was a Campania alliance that the Volsci thought was relatively powerful. It had a good relationship with Volsci, and they often traded with each other. At first, the Campania alliance was just an alliance formed by the Greek colonial city-states in the area. Its purpose was to protect the city-states and defend against foreign enemies. The main enemy was the Samni in the mountains to the east. Later, some Etruscan city-states in the eastern part of the Campania plain that were also invaded by the Samni joined the alliance. The Etruscans used to be the most powerful force in Italy, occupying the northern and most of the central part of Italy. Later, due to the invasion of the Celts, their power was greatly weakened. Many of their territories were occupied by other races, and their power began to retreat to the north. However, in the eastern part of the Campania plain, there were still a few Etruscan city-states, led by Capua and Caesarea. After joining the Campania alliance, Capua had once fought with Naples for the leadership of the alliance. However, 20 years ago, after the Simonians captured Capua, the alliance had always been dominated by Naples. Chapter 663. The Neapolitans knew a little about the people from Rome mentioned by the Wolsey emissary. Over the past decade, this resilient people who lived in the northern part of the Campania region had won every battle they fought and expanded rapidly, causing the surrounding forces to feel very uneasy. However, there were still many forces between Naples and Rome, such as the Wolsey, Oronzi, Cyzini, and even the Samnese Cautini tribe. Therefore, the Neapolitans did not feel uneasy about Rome. After the council members discussed, the chief general Orosius apologized to the Wolsey emissary We really want to help the Woolsey, but there are more important things for us to worry about in the Campania region, so we dare not split our forces. Therefore, we can only apologize to you." What Orosius said wasn't just for show. In the past decade, the Campania Alliance and the Samni had been living in harmony. However, in the past 2 years, the Samni had begun to frequently clash with the surrounding city-states of the Campania Alliance. Although it had not escalated into a major war, the Campania Alliance was extremely nervous. They were constantly on guard, ready to deal with a war that could break out at any time. The Woolsey emissary looked disappointed and depressed. He was about to continue begging, but Orosius suddenly changed the topic. "Although we can help you, there is a powerful country in Italy. As long as they are willing to lend a helping hand, they can guarantee the safety of the Woolsey." The Woolsey emissary's heart skipped a beat. A name immediately popped up in his mind. Orosius then said in a serious tone, "Dionia! Only Dionia can stop Rome from attacking the Woolsey." As expected, Mate Bola secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was exactly what the Woolsey emissary wanted to hear. Of course, they knew that the kingdom of Dionia, which controlled the entire southern part of Italy, was probably the most powerful force in Italy apart from the Celts in the north. Of course, it would not be a problem for them to intimidate Rome. However, he pretended to be troubled and said, "But the Woolsey has never had any dealings with Dionia." Orosius said sincerely, "Naples and Dionia are allies. We are willing to recommend the Woolsey to the king of Dionia." The Woolsey emissary was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude to the Neapolitan council. After resting for a day in the city, he followed the Neapolitan emissary, Mithide, south by boat. It was the end of September, and a drought was raging in southern Italy. The southern territories of the kingdom of Dionia suffered a major crop failure, and the kingdom mobilized a large number of manpower and material resources to busy themselves with disaster relief. In the palace of Dionia, the Devers had just approved the order to increase the punishment of several Carthage merchants. After the Senate had already issued the law that no merchants are allowed to raise the price of grain in the country and disrupt the market order, or else they will be severely punished, these few Carthage merchants joined forces with some grain merchants in the city to spread rumors in the market of Rockridge City. They ran over the grain shops temporarily opened by the city hall and caused panic among the people. In the end, they were arrested by the inspection team, and the others were severely punished. However, because these few Carthage merchants had extraordinary backgrounds, and one of them even came from the Hanno family, the inspection team was worried that their punishment would cause serious dissatisfaction among the Carthage people, so they asked the Devers for instructions. In fact, Divers himself was also worried about this. However, he knew that in such a critical situation, if he did not strictly enforce his orders, then the foreigners would imitate them and act recklessly. The local merchants would also be involved. Therefore, he had to punish them severely to serve as a warning to others. Therefore, after the Devers signed the order, he asked Aristides to immediately send it over. The Devers leaned against the wooden chair and stretched. During this time, because the kingdom was dealing with the drought, the requests and letters from various cities had piled up, leaving almost no time for the Devers to rest. Even the energetic Devers felt tired. He closed his eyes, but he was not resting. Instead, he was thinking about how to summon the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate and establish a drought handling committee. They would handle the specific matters, big or small, and he would only be responsible for supervision and control. In this way, not only would he save his energy, but his efficiency would also be greatly improved. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. Just as he was about to ask Aristides to go to the Senate and summon the 5 senators together, he received a message from the guards that Foreign Minister Ansitanos wanted to see him. Since the Senate passed the Devers' proposal to pay the senators a high salary and prohibit them from accepting gifts, the Devers also proposed to establish the kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that foreign envoys could be directly received by this department, reducing the number of blind contacts they had with other senators and also ensuring their safety, to prevent the senators from making mistakes again. At the same time, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, more professional and experienced diplomats could be trained, creating a more favorable external environment for Dionia. The Devers appointed Ansatanos as the first foreign minister. Ansatanos had been in office for more than a year, and he had completed the administrative structure and personnel arrangements for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Why did he come to the palace today? The Devers wondered in his heart. He did not expect Ansatanos to give him a surprise. Are you saying that the Wolsey have asked us for help? Yes, your majesty, Ansatanos explained seriously. The Romans are invading Wolsey's territory and they can't stop them. They have no choice but to ask us for help under the guidance of the Neapolitans. Then arrange a meeting, the Devers answered without hesitation. When he received the news that the Wolsey allied forces were defeated by the Roman army led by Camillus, he already knew that the Wolsey were in big trouble. Your Majesty, there is another good news. Oh, although it was a good news, Ansatanos did not look happy. Instead, he said seriously, the Neapolitan messenger who accompanied the Wolsey said, knowing that Dionia is suffering from a drought, the Campania Alliance, as an ally, is willing to donate a large amount of grain for free to help us tide over the difficulties. However, he hopes that we can restrain the Samni and stop harassing their people. Restrain the Samni? The Devers looked a little angry. The Neapolitans make it sound easy, but the Samni are not that easy to restrain. Ever since we firmly supported the Abenelum, these Samni tribes have become more and more disobedient. Fortunately, they are afraid of our strength and dare not do anything rash. Ansatanos looked at the Devers and asked softly, then reject the request of the Neapolitans. No, the Samni now think that they have recovered their strength. The Devers shook his head and sneered. It's just that we have been busy stabilizing the situation in the Downey area for the past 2 years and can't spare any time to help. Now that the situation in Downey is stable, Ansatanos agreed to the request of the Neapolitan messenger and send someone to question the Samni. Why did they repeatedly violate the covenant and invade the allies of Dionia? If they still refuse to repent, I don't mind letting them have a taste of the power of the Legion of Dionysia. In addition, didn't Quinduk, the leader of Nuceria in Ceutini, hint that he was willing to send a team to participate in this year's rugby competition? Let Inones strengthen the relationship between the tribes in the southwest of Ceutini and make them completely fall to our side. Your Majesty, this is likely to lead to a war between the Samni and us, Ansatanos said worriedly. Divers said firmly, as our ally, Samiet ignored our warnings many times and repeatedly invaded the people and land of our other ally. They have violated the covenant, which means they have long had the intention to betray us. If we don't stop their bad behavior, it will not only affect the prestige of the kingdom of Dionia, but also reduce the trust the ally has in us. We must fight back forcefully. Your Majesty, we are facing a famine now. I'm afraid we don't have enough food to support the army. Ansatanos reminded. The Devers smiled. We don't, but the Campanian Alliance does. If we help the Campanian Alliance solve the problem of the Samni, they will not be stingy with their food. This will also help us reduce the pressure on the domestic food supply. Besides, I heard that the central and southern parts of Hilpini are also suffering from the disaster. We can take this opportunity to completely weaken them. All right, Your Majesty, I understand. I will discuss this matter with the Neapolitan messenger. Ansatanos replied helplessly. Wolsey's messenger, Mate Bola, followed the Neapolitans ashore at the port of Laos and trekked for 3 days to reach Turiai. He was immediately shocked by the prosperity and size of the city. He began to believe that only such a powerful country could help them drive away the ferocious people of Rome. When he received the notice from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that the King of Devers was ready to meet him, Mate Bola had been thinking about how to persuade the king of this powerful kingdom to lend a helping hand to Wolsey. The next day, Mate Bola walked into the palace of Dionia. The important officials of the kingdom were already standing on both sides of the spacious hall of the palace. The King of Devers was wearing a garnet crown made of pure gold and a luxurious black robe with red patterns. He was sitting steadily on a leather chair that was 2 steps above the stairs. Therefore, he was much taller than the people around him, displaying the majesty of a king. Chapter 664. His words successfully attracted the attention of the people around him. The ministers of the kingdom, who did not know much about Wolsey and did not care much about him, now focused their attention on him. The envoy from the north was wearing a short, white shirt with a belt, revealing his arms and calves. His outfit was similar to the Simonians, except that they had shoes. "Thank you, Wolsey, for your generous donation," the Devers said calmly. "I have long heard that the Wolsey alliance in central Italy is brave and good at fighting. Unfortunately, because Dionia is too far away from you, we rarely have any contact. I believe that your visit this time will open a new chapter of friendly relations between Dionia and Wolsey." The Devers talked a lot about strengthening the friendship between the 2 countries, as if the Wolsey envoy's only purpose was to strengthen relations with Dionia. Mate Bora became anxious and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I am here to ask for help from Dionia." "Ask for help?" The Devers put on a puzzled expression. The Rome of central Italy has always relied on their country's power to stir up wars everywhere. This time, the Rome has invaded Wolsey's territory. We, the Wolsey, are unable to resist, so we have specially asked for help from the most powerful kingdom in Italy, Dionia. We hope that your Majesty can send reinforcements to help Wolsey defeat the Rome." Mate Bora said earnestly, "But I heard that it was because you, the Wolsey, took the initiative to attack Rome's ally, which angered the Rome. So they attacked Wolsey," the military minister, Helos, interrupted. Mate Bora glanced at Helos, and then replied confidently, "We, the Wolsey, have been living in southern Latin for hundreds of years, getting along well with our neighbors. 100 years ago, Rome was just a small city on the Tiber River, but through endless wars and killings, it became a powerful force in central Italy. In order to resist the Rome's invasion, we have been at war with the Rome for decades and have become mortal enemies. In recent years, Rome has conquered most of the city-states in southern Etruria and has become stronger. Of course, we, the Wolsey, cannot sit still and wait. Unfortunately, we have failed." Mate Bora sighed in pain, and then said loudly with a slightly resentful expression, "The Rome worshipped the wolf as their ancestor. The wolf is a greedy and violent animal. If Wolsey is conquered, the Rome sword will definitely cut the Campanian alliance, whose land is more fertile and whose people are richer. After conquering them, they might even continue southward. So I beg of Dionia to lend us the Wolsey." Most of the ministers felt that the Volsci were deliberately making Rome sound so scary, as if it could even pose a threat to Dionia. They were just trying to encourage Dionia to send reinforcements, but they did not think much of it. Only the Devers sitting on the throne knew that what he said might be the truth, but he did not say anything. "We sympathize with Wolsey's situation, but I believe that you have seen it when you entered Dionia. We are suffering from a drought, so, at least for now, Dionia is unable to send troops to central Italy to fight the Rome." The Minister of Commerce, Marigi, said regretfully, "We, the Wolsey, have food. The autumn harvest has just ended. We have enough food. As long as Dionia sends reinforcements, we are willing to guarantee the Dionysian army's food supply." Mate Bora immediately added. After he said this, Mirzas, the Minister of Finance, Marigi, and the Minister of Agriculture, Buccos, looked at each other. They were a little tempted. At this time, Antares, one of the rotating presidents of the Senate, said, "Your Majesty, in fact, we do not have to rush to send troops to help Wolsey. We only need to send an envoy to Rome to persuade them to retreat. With the prestige of Dionia in Italy, it is possible to achieve this. But whether it is sending an envoy to negotiate with Rome or sending troops to help Wolsey, we need a legitimate reason. Now that Wolsey has no diplomatic relations with Dionia, we will only be criticized if we interfere with the affairs of the forces in central Italy." Antares' reminder made everyone's eyes light up. The Devers looked at him with admiration and asked, "What do you think we should do about this?" Before Antares could speak, mate Bora immediately said loudly, "The Wolsey alliance is willing to form an alliance with the kingdom of Dionia." Forming an alliance is a big deal. I'm afraid the alliance will need to discuss it before making a decision, the Foreign Affairs Minister Ansetanos said in a roundabout way. The Foreign Affairs Minister Ansetanos said tactfully. He was actually questioning mate Bola's authority as an emissary and reminding him not to brag blindly. Please rest assured. Before I came out, the Wolsey Alliance has given me full authority to make any decision on the spot. And mate Bora straightened his back and said confidently, "And my House of Pulo has always been an important political force in Circei. Any decision I make here will be recognized by the Wolsey Alliance." The Devers nodded slightly and said, "I have understood Wolsey's request, and we will discuss this matter. Please take a rest. You will soon know the decision of Dionia." After mate Bora left the hall, the Devers looked around at the ministers and asked, "What do you think about Wolsey's request for help?" "Your Majesty, we have just conquered Downey, and now we are facing a drought. I heard that Rome is a powerful force, and once we start a war with it, it will take a long time. Based on our current situation, I am afraid we cannot support this war for a long time," Cornelis said worriedly. "Your Majesty, there is one more point, please note," Lucius took over and said. "Rome and Carthage are allies. If we hastily agree to Wolsey's request, interfere with Rome's military operations, and resort to force in the end, we will be forcing Carthage to make a choice. Given that our relationship with Carthage is not very good in the past 2 years, Carthage is likely to choose to support Rome, and this will make the conflict bigger." Everyone in the hall was shocked by Lysias' shocking words. Carthage and Rome are allies? Marigi asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. 100 years ago, Carthage and Rome formed a friendly alliance, the scholar Ansetanos said. As a scholar, Ansetanos continued, about 100 years ago, Rome first conquered the Latin region and began to establish the Latin alliance. The Carthaginians signed an alliance with Rome. I still remember the original clause of the alliance. The friendship between the people of Rome and the people of Carthage and their allies is based on the following conditions. The people of Rome and their allies shall not sail past the beautiful Cape. They shall not engage in any trade activities in Libya, Iberia, Sardinia, and Corsica. The people of Carthage shall not harm any people in any other Latin city that belongs to Rome. The people of Carthage must guarantee that they will not occupy any of the cities in this city. This is just a friendly agreement, not an alliance, Senior Judge Tritodemus questioned. As I said, this is just the original text. The agreement has been renewed many times, and it has continued to this day. In the renewal 2 years ago, the following clauses were added to the agreement. Ansetanos said slowly, when Rome or Carthage starts a war with a third party, it can seek support from the other party, and the party that is asked can help as much as possible according to its own situation. After the war is won, the two parties can discuss the ownership of the spoils of war. 2 years ago! Sidorum's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "I'm afraid that this clause in the agreement is set up by Carthage against Dionia." 2 years ago, it was Dionia that discovered the conspiracy of the Tannic tribe, which was secretly supported by Carthage, to unite the tribes of Sicaur. The 8th Legion defeated the Tannic tribe in one fell swoop, and its leader led the remaining soldiers to the western part of Sicily, which was controlled by Carthage. It was said that Carthage took them in. Although the friendly agreement between Carthage and Dionia was renewed, the relationship between the two countries became subtle, especially in the area of trade competition. Tannic had fallen, and now there was a new Rome in the north of Dionia. Everyone's expression became a little complicated. Helos said solemnly, "Your Majesty, although Carthage has maintained peace with us for the past 10 years, it is because it needs to recover from the war with Syracuse. Even so, Carthage is still secretly causing trouble for us. After all, the Western Mediterranean can only accommodate one hegemon. It was like that between Carthage and Syracuse, and now it will be the same between us and Carthage. Therefore, the alliance between Carthage and Rome shouldn't be a reason for us to be afraid of helping Wolsey. On the contrary, we should increase our efforts to form a strong alliance with Wolsey. Otherwise, Rome will conquer Wolsey and become even more powerful. It and Carthage are in the south and north, sandwiching the kingdom of Dionia in the middle. We will be in even more trouble in the future. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that Carthage is still unwilling to go to war, and that Rome isn't strong enough? We should unite with the other forces in central Italy to besiege Rome. We will completely destroy it and weaken it, so that it will no longer be a threat to Dionia and our allies. As the military minister, Hilo's words were filled with murderous intent. His words represented the military's intentions. The meeting hall suddenly fell into silence. Chapter 665. Cornelius hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, I'm not opposed to forming an alliance with Wolsey and letting the Rome conquer Wolsey. I just feel that with the current situation of Dionia this year, this is not a good time. Moreover, we are very unfamiliar with the situation in central Italy. We should be more cautious and make more preparations to ensure that if a war really breaks out, we will have full confidence to win." Cornelius's mature and prudent words made the ministers, led by Lucius, nod repeatedly. "I also hope to wait until the kingdom has enough soldiers and food, and when there are no external threats around us, then intervene with Rome. However, a good opportunity never comes easily, and the enemy will not be so stupid as to always stay in the same place and let us interfere." The Devers sighed and said, "Do you still remember the war with Syracuse? Our original idea was to attack Rockley first and lure the army of Syracuse to Great Greece. However, Dionysius lured the Simonians into a sudden invasion. We hope to station our troops in the Caronia, Trine line of defense, stall the army of Syracuse, and deal with the Simonians first. Then we will wait for the main force to come back for a decisive battle. However, Dionysius led the army to easily break through our southern line of defense. These lessons have deeply taught me that a good opportunity does not come easily, but it is won by our bold actions. Moreover, the people of Carthage are also no less intelligent than Dionysius. They have long known that Dionia will be their future enemy, so not only have they long supported the Tannic tribe, but they have also been supporting the people of Rome since 7 or 8 years ago." Cornelius and the others were shocked. Lucius hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, is this true?" "Of course it is true. Because of the incident with the Tannic tribe, I became vigilant against Carthage. So I increased my attention to the forces around the kingdom. As a result, the people I sent quickly collected some information about the relationship between Carthage and Rome. There is evidence that Carthage has been supporting Rome over the years, providing food, weapons." As the Devers spoke, he nodded to the clerk Hinepolis, who was taking notes next to him. Hinepolis immediately left the council hall and quickly found a few documents in the forbidden area of the palace, the information room. He brought them to the Devers, and the Devers handed them to Cornelius. Cornelius, Lucius, Sidorum, and the other ministers looked at each other, and their expressions became more and more serious. Previously, I didn't talk about Carthage and Rome because we were busy governing the Downey area that was newly incorporated into the kingdom. There was no need to be distracted by Rome's matters for the time being. But the Devers suddenly stood up and said loudly, now that Wolsey has come to ask for help, "This is a good opportunity. Helping Wolsey and fighting against Rome will win the support of other forces in central Italy. Destroying Carthage's conspiracy will also be beneficial for us when there is a war with Carthage in the future. In addition, defeating Rome will also be beneficial for us to enter the same fertile land as Rome in central Italy." When the Devers said this, the ministers were surprised. The Devers looked at them and said in a deep voice, "My lords, this drought has covered most of the land in the kingdom of Dionia, making our disaster relief so difficult. I believe that every one of you will remember this. Why? Because our country is not big enough, and our national strength is not strong enough. We need to acquire more land in order to cope with every drought, every earthquake, every tsunami. With Carthage blocking the way in the south, we can only acquire land in the north. So, the arrival of Wolsey's messenger is a good opportunity for us. When the Devers saw the ministers fall into silence, he smiled and said in a gentle tone, "Of course, this is a long-term strategy that I have set for the kingdom. The war with Rome will not necessarily break out immediately. With our help, maybe the people of Rome will back down. So, we have to take it one bite at a time. Let's not rush. Let's take it slow. Let's first let the Senate pass the proposal of forming an alliance with Wolsey, then carefully discuss the alliance with the people of Wolsey. After everything is done, we will send messengers to test the reaction of the people of Rome." Dionia quickly sent its foreign minister, Ansitinos, to negotiate with Wolsey's messenger, Mapela, about the alliance between the two countries. The negotiation went smoothly, and it only took more than half a day to draw up a draft of the alliance. The main content is that Dionia and Wolsey will form a friendly and equal military alliance. They will strengthen friendly exchanges, and as long as they do not violate the laws of the alliance, their people will be free to stay in the land of the alliance. They will give each other preferential treatment and convenience in trade. There will be no additional taxes, and they are not allowed to detain or capture the merchants of the alliance without authorization. If there is any dispute, it will be settled by arbitration between the two parties. When one party is invaded by the enemy or has a war with a third party, the alliance should do its best to provide military assistance and even send troops to participate in the war at the request of the other party. Mapela took the draft and immediately returned to Wolsey. 10 days later, he hurried over with the Wolsey emissaries. The emissaries included the governors of several city-states in the Wolsey alliance. The Devers and the Wolsey people signed the alliance agreement solemnly. As soon as the agreement was signed, the Wolsey people could not wait to ask Dionia to send troops to Wolsey's aid. It turned out that the Romans had already conquered Valette and repelled Wolsey's reinforcements. They had begun to attack the city of Satricum. The Wolsey alliance had suffered a series of defeats, and there were not enough soldiers to organize a large number of reinforcements to stop the attack of the Roman army. They were faced with an unprecedented crisis. The Devers decided to follow Antali's suggestion and first send an emissary to Rome to mediate. At the same time, they informed the Ministry of Military Affairs to prepare for war. After careful consideration and selection, the emissary sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was Topyrus. More than 10 years ago, Topyrus was still a slave bought by Christoia. Because of his quick thinking and hard work, he was promoted to the manager of a restaurant within a few years and was granted freedom by his master, the Devers. During the war in southern Italy, he participated in the most important battle of Crotone as a probationary citizen. As a spearman, he and his companions resisted the attack of Syracuse's mercenary cavalry and defeated them. At the same time, he helped other troops to defeat the powerful right wing of Syracuse and played a key role in the final victory of the battle. After the war, the surviving spearmen became official citizens of Dionia. A few years later, Topyrus also participated in the war to conquer Messapi and Pacetti. Perhaps the frequent battles had tempered his courage and broadened his horizons. He was no longer satisfied with just being the regional manager of Christoia's restaurant. Instead, he used his ability to read and count to pass the examination of the finance department and became a tax officer. When the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was established, Antalis recruited civil servants. Topyrus, who had done a good job but was tired of the daily accounting and bookkeeping, applied to come to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Antalis knew very well that it was not an easy task to go to Rome. The emissary needed not only to be observant and eloquent, but also to be courageous. Therefore, Topyrus, who had served as a restaurant waiter and participated in many battles, was the best candidate. In the 13th year of Dionia, November 1st, 380 BC, the Dionia emissary Topyrus boarded a passenger ship at the port of Laus bound for Rome. It was a sunny day, with no clouds in the blue sky. Topyrus sat in the cabin, still recalling the scene when he was received by the king of Devers before he left Turiai. Although it was a meeting, it was actually an invitation to attend a banquet at the Devers mansion, since he was a personal slave released by the Devers. According to the popular saying in Dionia, the Devers were his benefactors, a peculiar custom formed due to the national conditions of Dionia, where there was a special familial relationship between the freed slaves and their masters. As long as it did not violate the law, the freed slaves could turn to their former masters for help in finding jobs or financial support if they were in trouble. When the former masters were in trouble, the freed slaves who had become full citizens would also lend a helping hand. Or, when the former masters ran for local councillors or bailiffs, they would join hands to cast a valuable vote for the former masters. This was recognized by the society. It was for these reasons that the wealthier citizens of Dionia were keen to treat their slaves well and grant them freedom in recent years. That was why a formal meeting was turned into a private banquet. At the banquet, he was surprised that the great king of Devers cared so much about such a native city-state in central Italy. At the same time, he was even more surprised by the request made by the Devers at this time. The captain pushed the door open and came in. "Sir, we will arrive at the port of Ostia soon." Hearing this, Topyrus put aside his thoughts and went out of the cabin. Seagulls soared in the sky ahead, and ships of all sizes converged in one direction. That should be the estuary of the Tiber River, where the colonial city of Ostia of Rome was located. After receiving this appointment, Topyrus specially studied the information about Rome. He knew that Ostia was originally a small Latin town. A few decades ago, it was captured by Rome and its citizens settled there, turning Ostia into a colonial city of Rome. Later, it became Rome's only port city for maritime trade. It was precisely because of these benefits that Ostia had always been loyal to Rome. Even when Rome was captured by the Gauls, it did not betray them. Chapter 666. Topyrus disembarked in Ostia with the members of the emissary delegation that accompanied him. Soon he was surprised to notice that most of the people who appeared in this prosperous port were not the black-haired and black-eyed Latin people, but the familiar Carthage merchants from the south of Dionia. They docked here with a full load of goods, and then were given priority to be unloaded by the port staff before being transported to Rome in the east by pack wagons. Compared to the merchants from other city-states in this port, they were much faster. The process was orderly, and it was obvious that they had been operating for a long time. In addition, Topyrus also saw merchants from Dionia in the port area. Over the past decade or so, the expansion of the kingdom of Dionia, the rapid expansion of its territory, the increase of various resources, the construction of roads and bridges in the kingdom, and the implementation of various measures that were conducive to the development of trade and commerce, led to the prosperity of trade and commerce. Many merchants sprung up in various cities, and it also attracted foreign merchants to actively apply to join Dionia. This caused the footprints of Dionia merchants to spread throughout the entire western Mediterranean. Of course, this excluded the regions that were under the strict control of Carthage, such as Sardinia, Corsica, and southern Iberia. A few years ago, some Dionia merchants came to Rome to do business, and they also became an important source of information for Dionia's intelligence department to understand Rome. However, compared to the Carthage merchants who had established a close relationship with Rome, they could not get any more preferential treatment. Rome was somewhat similar to Dionia. Neither was a port city, and both were located in the middle of a large river. But the difference was that Rome was farther from the coast, more than 40 miles away, so it was very difficult for a ship to go against the current and directly into the city of Rome. Therefore, it needed the port of Ostia for the transfer of goods. Topyrus and his party left Ostia and headed north along the south bank of the Tiber River. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they saw the city of Rome towering in front of them. Rome is a city built by the Latins and the Sabines 300 years ago. It is said that at that time, this place was full of tidal flats and swamps. Many powerful forces in the surrounding area looked down on this place. But this does not mean that the people of Rome can develop quietly and steadily. It is invaded by foreign enemies from time to time. The Etruscans once ruled it, and the Gauls destroyed its cities. The Walsis, the Aquis, the Sabines, and even the Latin League of the same race as the Rome. However, the people of Rome gradually grew stronger in the constant setbacks and wars. Until today, it has become the most powerful city-state in central Italy. When Topyrus heard these words from the mouth of the king of Devers, he deeply felt the respect that the ruler of Dionia had for Rome. At the same time, it also made him feel that the people of Rome must be a tough, tenacious, and brave race to be able to grow to this point despite having so many hostile forces around it. With great interest, Topyrus observed the city of Rome that was getting clearer and clearer as he searched for information about it in his memory. Rome was called the City of Seven Hills because there were 7 hills in the city, and they were all concentrated at the bend of the Tiber River. Due to such a series of river bends that went west, then east, and then west, it was easy to form a depression when there was a flood during the rainy seasons of spring and summer. Therefore, the original people of Rome lived on these hills. The city of Rome that Topyrus was looking at now was a new city. It was built by the people of Rome on the ruins after the Gauls were driven out 10 years ago. It was said that the people of Rome only took a year to build it. How could they build a big city in such a short time? Topyrus was surprised to find that the walls of Rome standing in front of him were not straight and smooth like the walls of the inner city of Turin. Instead, they were curved, and the bricks and rocks were pieced together in a disorderly manner. Therefore, the walls were rough, had large gaps, and even protruded outwards. Of course, the walls were tall enough, so it could be judged that the walls were thick enough. Otherwise, such a bad wall would not have been able to hold up, of course. This was only Topyrus' personal opinion. The more professional people were hidden in his emissary group. They would quietly and carefully observe the city, recording the situation of Rome and the surrounding areas in detail from various aspects, such as military, politics, commerce, and society. They would also summarize the information and report it to the king of Devers. In fact, what Topyrus did not know was that 7 years ago, after Camillus drove away the Celts, the city of Rome was already in ruins. The people of Rome were debating whether to move the city that had suffered misfortune because of the curse of the gods, or to rebuild a new city on the ruins. The questions were debated endlessly, and finally, a citizens' assembly had to be held to decide. Just as the voting was about to begin, a centurion who had become a hero in the previous battle brought the flag bearer to the stage and suddenly shouted, "Stop! Put up the flag. This place is the best place to build a city." His words immediately received the support of many former comrades. Immediately, Camillus and a few other highly respected senators quickly declared in a pious manner that this was a divine omen. In fact, the citizens were already tired of this long debate and anxious. Under the guidance of the senators that they trusted, their mood quickly changed. Everyone cheered and demanded that Rome be rebuilt here. In order not to waste the passion that the people had worked so hard to incite and cause another unforeseen event, the construction work was carried out quickly. Since there was basically no normal planning and construction division, the construction process was completely arbitrary or convenient. Therefore, whether it was the city walls or private buildings, the construction was quite poor. However, to ensure the speed, the reconstruction of Rome was completed within a year. One could imagine how effective it was. If it were not for the Celts occupying Rome, incident that gave the people of Rome a painful memory, coupled with the years of war, the people of Rome would repeatedly repair the city's defenses during the slack seasons to ensure the safety of the people in the urban areas. Otherwise, if Topyrus had come to Rome 5 years ago, he would have seen an even more unsightly state of the city walls. There was already a long queue in front of the western gate of Rome. Topyrus and his entourage only stood in front of the city guards at dusk. The city guard of Rome looked at Topyrus and his entourage standing in front of him in surprise. "Are you messengers from Dionia?" After listening to his entourage's translation, Topyrus calmly said in a loud voice, "Yes, I am under the order of the king of Dionia to come to Rome to discuss important matters." The city guard no longer hesitated. he said to another soldier next to him. "Go and get Minucius." After a while, a young man in full military uniform with a red crown on his helmet walked out of the city. After listening to the city guard's description, he was equally surprised. Dionia was a kingdom as powerful as Carthage. Why did its messengers come to Rome? With this doubt in mind, Minucius walked forward and said in fluent Greek, "I am the chief of the city guard of Rome, Minucius. Are you a messenger from the kingdom of Dionia?" "I am a diplomat from Dionia to Pyrrhus. I have an important mission for the kingdom to discuss with the Senate of Rome." Pyrrhus bowed. "Rome welcomes you, noble messengers from the kingdom of Dionia." Minucius smiled and said apologetically, "I am sorry to have kept you waiting." During this time, the citizens of Rome were fighting against the invading Volsci, and another army was sent to quell the rebellion in Tusculum. In order to prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack, the Senate has stipulated that only the citizens of Rome are allowed to enter and leave the city. Pyrrhus expressed his understanding. Minucius led them into the city. After entering the city of Rome, Pyrrhus realized that his previous judgment was correct. Not only were the city walls crooked, but the large and small residences in the city were also the result of the hasty construction of a large city within a year. These residences, which were definitely not planned as a whole, grew wildly like weeds on the ground, making the streets narrow and crooked. Garbage was piled up everywhere, and dirty water flowed on the ground. The air was filled with a strange stench, and one could step on feces and urine if they were not careful. Minucius saw that Pyrrhus and the others were frowning, and some were even covering their noses. How could he not understand the problem? His face was slightly red as he explained, "More than 10 years ago, the Celts invaded our city. When we drove them away, we discovered that more than half of our city of Rome had been destroyed by them. When we were rebuilding the city, we encountered the betrayal of our allies and the invasion of the enemy. Our main focus was on how to repel the enemy, so we did not have enough time and wealth to rebuild the various districts. We could only let the citizens solve the problems themselves, which is why it has become like this. A few years ago, the Senate made a resolution to widen the roads in each district. However, the war that happened every year made us unable to find the time. During this period, we did not even have enough manpower to transport the garbage in the city." Chapter 667. However, it seemed that the people of Rome had long been accustomed to such a living environment. Pedestrians crowded the narrow streets, and everyone was busy with their own lives. However, the expressions on their faces were somewhat calm. They were neither disgusted by the terrible environment, nor worried about the 2 wars that were going on in Rome. This open-minded state of mind was somewhat similar to that of the Turii of the kingdom of Dionia. Minucius led them around a street, and the field of vision in front of them was much wider. They could see a low hill lying in front of them, which was also densely covered with houses. Many people of Rome, dressed in ordinary clothes, walked between the hills with solemn expressions. That is Mount Raventine, one of the 7 hills in the city of Rome. Minucius saw Pyrrhus looking at it carefully and hurriedly explained. It is said that Remus, the younger brother of Romulus, one of the 2 founders of Rome, used to live on this hill with his tribe. Now, in the middle of the hill, there is a temple of Diana built by our former king, Servius. Diana is the Latin goddess of the hunt and the protector of the herdsman. King Servius once made a rule: as long as you fear this goddess, regardless of whether you are a citizen of Rome or not, you can come here to worship. If it weren't for the war during this period, you would see Latin tribesmen from the surrounding areas of Rome coming here every day to worship. Mount Raventine would become very lively, but also very noisy. His face was filled with pride, as if Rome is the center of the Latin people. Pyrrhus nodded politely and did not speak. The group of people followed the road and turned north. The street here was originally spacious, but both sides of the road were full of people of Rome who had set up stalls. All kinds of noisy hawking and bargaining sounds made Topyrus feel a little annoyed as he squeezed forward. However, during the war, the city of Rome was still filled with a strong atmosphere of life, which surprised them very much. "Is that the arena?" An entourage pointed to the front left and asked. Through the gaps in the crowd, they could see a huge circular building standing in front of the emissary group on the left. The shape of the building was too familiar to the emissary group. "Yes, this is our Rome's Colosseum," Minucius said loudly. "We, the people of Rome, often hold sports competitions here. There is also the most popular gladiatorial competition." Upon hearing this, a look of disgust appeared on Topyrus' face because he had already learned about the gladiatorial competition that Minucius mentioned from the Turiae library. It was a competition where prisoners of war or slaves of Rome fought in the arena with crude weapons, using their blood and screams in exchange for the joy of the people of Rome watching the competition. Topyrus, who was born a slave, believed that this wasn't a competition, but a barbaric, backward, and bloody game. As they passed by the arena, the emissaries heard shouts coming from inside. One of the entourage pretended to be curious and asked, "Is there a gladiator competition going on in the arena?" Minucius shook his head and said, intentionally or unintentionally, "There is a military training for the underage citizens of Rome. Although most of the young and middle-aged citizens of Rome have gone out to fight, once the enemy attacks, we can still summon the citizens of Rome from the surrounding colonies to come to our rescue. We don't have to worry about the safety of Rome at all. However, the people of Rome are used to holding shields and spears from a young age. Only when they grow up can they face the enemy bravely and have the ability to kill the enemy. They also need to be familiar with the formations and tactics of Rome from a young age. When the city needs them to join the battle, they can quickly integrate into the army. So, the people of Rome are not afraid of any strong enemies." Upon hearing this, Topyrus was shocked. This practice was very similar to the military training of children in Dionia from a young age. His eyes met with an entourage behind him. That person was an official sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs. He believed that he had a deeper feeling about this. However, what the emissaries of Dionia did not know was that it had always been a tradition of Rome to let the children of Rome receive military training from a young age. However, it was only in the last 10 years that they were taught the fighting methods and tactics of Rome from a young age. 10 years ago, Rome suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Gauls on the banks of the Aria River. In the end, the Gauls occupied their homeland. This painful lesson made the people of Rome realize the shortcomings of their fighting methods. After some investigation and consideration, the dictator Camillus carried out a military reform on the Roman army. He learned the tactics of the Celts. First, he changed the large phalanx formation of the Roman army, which was similar to that of Greece, into multiple small phalanxes, i.e. squadrons. Each legion had 50 squadrons, and they could attack separately. This gave the previously bloated and clumsy Roman legion more flexibility and mobility. Secondly, he changed the principle of the allocation of soldiers in the legion. In the past, the military tradition was that the rich and well-equipped citizens were in the front row, and the poorer citizens were in the back row. Now, the formation was based on age and level of training. The first row was for the young, the second row was for the strong soldiers, and the third row was for the veterans with rich combat experience. Thirdly, he improved the weapons of the soldiers for offense and defense. Iron helmets replaced leather helmets, leather shields replaced wooden shields, iron spearheads replaced bronze spearheads, and leather breastplates were mostly replaced by chain mail. Of course, Carthage's assistance played a big role in this. He allowed many poor soldiers to use the standard equipment distributed by the Senate, thus expanding the source of soldiers. Of course, they had to return the equipment after the war. Fourthly, he emphasized the need to build a strong and comfortable camp when going out to fight. Although the traditional military tactics of Rome had been implemented for hundreds of years, the people of Rome, who had been growing up in battles, soon began to implement this kind of military reform once they found that it was beneficial for them to fight. From adult citizens to children, almost all of them seized all the spare time to train, in order to familiarize themselves with the new equipment and tactics as soon as possible. And it had already begun to produce obvious results. Over the years, Rome had almost always maintained a complete victory in the battles against the surrounding forces, due to the attention paid by the Devers. The Ministry of Military Affairs of Daionia also learned about the current military system in Rome. They were surprised to find that the military reform of Rome was very similar to the military tactics of Daionia's heavy infantry. They all thought that the people of Rome must have secretly learned the tactics of Daionia. This time, one of the purposes of sending officials to the emissary delegation was to see the Roman army with their own eyes. After passing the arena and heading north, the situation in the neighborhood changed again. Not only was the road really wide, but there was also less garbage. Even the houses had become more luxurious, although there were still simple and crude houses mixed in. The arrangement of the houses was still somewhat disorderly, but the number of large houses with red bricks and white walls was clearly increasing, especially on the two not too tall hills not far from the north and south sides of the road. There were even more of such houses. An official of the emissary delegation from the Ministry of Household Registration of Daionia pretended to be curious and asked, "Is this the rich district?" Minucius understood what he meant. Before this, it was the slums with a bad environment and a good environment, but now it was the rich district with a good environment and good houses. Was the gap between the poor and the rich in Rome so obvious? He replied wittily, "Every city has its poor and rich, and conflicts between the poor and the rich are inevitable. This is inevitable, and it is the same for Rome. But the difference is that the people of Rome may quarrel with each other, but once the citizens' assembly passes a resolution, we will work together to complete it." At this point, he looked at the hills on both sides of the road and said with a serious expression, "Not all the people living on these two hills are rich, but most of them are the earliest founders of Rome and the early citizen clans. They have contributed more to the city, and now they are also a group of people who are willing to sacrifice more for the city." Minucius pointed to the hill on the left and said, "This is Mount Partini. The founder of Rome, our first king, Romulus, lived on this hill from the beginning with his people." Then he pointed to the hill on the right and said, "This is Mount Sirio. 200 years ago, it was once the center of the Latin people. Alba Longa was defeated by Rome. Its residents were not captured, but were invited to move to this hill and become citizens of Rome." Topyrus keenly sensed the pride in Minucius' words, so he asked subconsciously, "May I ask where you live?" Minucius seemed to point to the Mount Partini on the left casually, but in fact he did not tell the people of Daionia his full name, Minucius Cornelius Scipio. Cornelius was the name of a clan in Rome. This was the aristocracy of Rome, the aristocracy of the aristocracy, the aristocracy of the aristocracy. Topyrus obviously felt this as well. This smiling young man who spoke fluent Greek and used elegant words inadvertently exuded the aura of an aristocrat. In the kingdom of Daionia, of course, there were some aristocrats who joined Daionia when it conquered neighboring city-states. Some even retained part of their land and wealth, and some even entered the Senate. However, under the strict control of the king of Devers and the Daiolean law, they did not have much power. Moreover, the kingdom basically treated nobles and commoners equally, old citizens and new citizens equally. Therefore, people like Topyrus who were born as slaves could also obtain wealth and power through their own efforts. Chapter 668. Topyrus coughed lightly and said, "I have long heard that Rome is a powerful city-state with a long history and unique culture. Today I have seen it with my own eyes. The city of 7 hills is indeed as unique and magical as the rumors say." After hearing Topyrus' praise, Minucius smiled sincerely and said, "No matter how magical Rome is, it cannot be compared to Daionia. I heard that Daionia has only been founded for a little more than 10 years, but you have defeated your enemies again and again, becoming the most powerful kingdom in southern Italy. You have really received the blessing of Mars. Mars? Oh, Mars is the god of war of the people of Rome. No, the reason why Dionia can be where it is today is because of the full blessing of the great Greek god, Hades, because our king is his descendant. Topyrus said with a pious expression, his piety came from the bottom of his heart, because he was declared free by the king of Devers in front of the temple of Hades, amidst the song of Hades. The blessing that Hades gave to the slaves was well known in the kingdom of Dionia. The slaves and the people of Dionia who were born as slaves respected this Hades wholeheartedly. Minucius smiled awkwardly and pointed to the front. That hill in front is Mount Escary. The earliest citizens of Rome, the Sabines, lived on it, Minucius explained as he led them to the Escary hill, where they saw an archway that spanned both sides of the road. This is... An official from the Ministry of Military Affairs pointed at it excitedly. This is the Arc of Triumph. Minucius also introduced excitedly. Rome will hold a triumphal ceremony for the generals who have won a major war for Rome. They will drive a chariot with 4 horses and lead the army into Rome. They will pass through the Arc of Triumph and go to the square to receive the cheers of the people of Rome and the commendation of the Senate. This is the greatest glory that every citizen of Rome yearns for. Minucius looked up at the Arc of Triumph with a look of longing. The official from the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia and the rest of the emissary group looked at each other with indescribable surprise in their eyes. Dionia and Rome had a lot of similarities in military systems. Looking at the mottled and old marble arch, it was at least a few decades old. Who was learning from whom this time? Minucius led the Dionia emissary group to the left and passed through the Arc of Triumph. After walking for a while, a square appeared in front of them. Topyrus furrowed his brows again. The square looked quite big, but there were many houses around it. Some even broke into the square, so it did not look like a square at all. Ever since Topyrus stepped into the city of Rome, he felt that the people of Rome mixed public facilities and private houses everywhere. Even the square, which represented the heart of the city, could not be avoided. It was a little hard for him to accept. Minucius obviously saw the unhappy look on Topyrus' face. Not wanting to be looked down upon by the people of Dionia, he said loudly, "This square is an old square. It has been around for about 150 years. It is mainly used for leisure and gatherings. There is an even bigger square in Rome. On the west side of this square, it can accommodate 100,000 people. It is used to gather troops. Sometimes it is also used as a voting place for citizens' meetings. It is called Piazza de Mars." Piazza de Mars. Hearing this name, Topyrus remembered that this young man had said before, "Mars is the god of war of the people of Rome." This name was similar to the Victory Square of Turiae. This showed how much the people of Rome respected the military. Minucius led the way through the square. Along the way, people greeted him from time to time. At the same time, they also cast curious glances at Topyrus and his group. The Senate of Rome was located on the west side of the square. It was a tall building that looked like a temple. Minucius asked them to wait at the steps in front of the Senate, then quickly walked into the Senate. Other than the fact that other meetings were being held or the celebration of the gods, the Senate of Rome would normally convene at sunrise every day. As for when it would end, it would depend on how many matters there were to be discussed. However, it would usually not end after sunset. It was already dusk, so the senators must have already left. However, as it was a time of war, the Senate had a rule that there must be a military officer on duty at night to prevent emergencies from happening and to prepare in advance. Minucius walked into the guard room next to the meeting place and found that the military officer on duty was someone he was familiar with. He shouted, "Paulus!" Paulus Valerius Spotitus was letting the slaves light the candles. When he heard the voice, he turned around and asked in surprise, "Minucius, why are you here? What happened?" As the chief of the city guards, Minucius definitely did not come to the Senate at this time to chat with him. There is an important matter. Minucius did not beat around the bush and said directly, "An emissary from the kingdom of Dionia has come to Rome. They said that they have something important to discuss with the Senate." Dionia. Paulus was not a civilian military officer. He knew a lot about Dionia. He immediately said with a serious expression, "Why would the Greek kingdom of southern Italy send an emissary to Rome at this time?" Minucius was no longer smiling. He said solemnly, "On the way here, I tried to ask them why they came, but every time the emissary avoided my question. Clearly, they are not here to establish a friendly relationship with us." Paulus fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and said with uncertainty, "A few days ago, Carthage's people warned us that Wolsey's emissary is suspected to have gone to Thurii. Could it be that they are here for Wolsey?" Minucius was shocked. "Dionia wants to protect Wolsey. We can't make a rash judgment. Minucius, bring them to a place to stay first. I will now inform Pantius and the other senators to urgently discuss countermeasures. After all, Dionia is no weaker than Carthage. We must be careful." Paulus said in a low voice. Topyrus and his entourage were arranged to stay in a public hotel that was under the jurisdiction of the Senate. The hotel was near the Old Square and not far from the Senate. The emissaries originally wanted to take a walk around the city of Rome after dinner. However, before leaving, Minucius warned them that it was best not to go out at night. This was because during the war, the city had to implement a curfew at night to prevent chaos. It would not be good if they were caught by the Rome patrol and caused a misunderstanding. Topyrus sensed the young man's sudden wariness towards them. After dinner, Topyrus and some of his entourage went up to the roof of the hotel. Night had fallen on the city, but the noise did not disperse. The laughter of the people of Rome, the crying of children, the fighting of men, the whistling of the patrol, the barking of the dogs. Even though this was the center of Rome, these sounds still gathered from all directions. This was truly a messy but vibrant city. Topyrus thought to himself, "That's probably Capitoline Hill," an official from the Ministry of Military Affairs said softly as he looked towards the west of the Senate. Under the cover of the night, only the silhouette of a hill in the distance could be vaguely seen. Although Minucius did not mention this hill, Topyrus knew how important it was to Rome because it was regarded as the abode of the gods by the people of Rome. Most of the temples of Jupiter and other gods revered by the people of Rome were on that hill. That was where the Acropolis of Rome was located. That was why the people of Rome still held on to Capitoline Hill after the Celts occupied Rome. They actually held on for several months until victory came. This showed how steep the hill was. This was probably what the Ministry of Military Affairs was most concerned about. Was it possible for Dionia to go to war with Rome? Topyrus looked at the entourage, then turned his eyes to the Senate in the night. No matter what, he had to complete his mission first. The next morning, Topyrus was invited to the Senate of Rome. It was a circular hall. The dark red wooden chairs were like the seats in the arena. From the front to the back, they were closely arranged in rows. Senators of Rome dressed in white robes sat there. There were nearly 300 of them, including 2 magistrates. In recent years, due to the increasing conflict between the nobles and the commoners in Rome, the commoners refused to elect a magistrate in the citizens' assembly in protest against the nobles' monopoly of power. However, the military situation around Rome was quite bad. In order to ensure the safety of Rome and the smooth implementation of internal affairs, the nobles and the commoners negotiated and had to agree to elect 6 magistrates every year. 3 were from the nobles, and the other 3 were from the commoners. Half of these senators in Rome were white-haired old men. Most of them were the patriarchs of the major clans in Rome. Of course, the other group of senators were also nobles. They had previously held high-level positions in Rome. Because of their achievements or political achievements, they were recommended and selected to finally enter the Senate. Entering the Senate made it easier for them to hold high-level positions in the city. Chapter 669. At this moment, Topyrus calmly faced the most powerful people in Rome and said in a loud voice, "Respected senators of Rome, the king of the Devers of the kingdom of Dionia has asked me to bring his sincere greetings to you. Before I left, he repeatedly told me, although he has never been to Rome, he knows that Rome is a great city-state, and he has a deep respect for Rome." Topyrus' words did not seem to be fake. It was beyond everyone's expectations and moved them. After all, they had heard some rumors about the king of the Devers of Dionia, and they felt honored to be praised by him. His Majesty the Devers also hopes that my visit this time will not affect his good impression of Rome, as well as the precious peace between Rome and Dionia. Topyrus' next words suddenly changed the topic, causing the senators of Rome to feel nervous. He then said loudly, "Wolsey has already formed an alliance with Dionia. Dionia hopes that Rome will stop its invasion of Wolsey's territory, return the territories it has captured, and both sides will stop the war." As soon as Topyrus' words fell, there was an uproar in the venue. Someone stood up from the crowd and asked angrily, "What if Rome doesn't stop the war?" Topyrus replied confidently, "Then Dionia will fulfill its alliance with Wolsey and send troops to stop the war." The entire venue suddenly exploded, and arguments were heard everywhere. The person who spoke earlier asked angrily, "You Dionia are far away in southern Italy. What right do you have to interfere in the affairs of Rome?" Topyrus replied calmly, "Dionia has no intention of interfering with Rome. We are just fulfilling our obligations as allies. Don't you Dionysians know that it was the Walshes who invaded our alliance first, and that's why we fought back? The Walshes should be punished." Another person yelled, "That's right. Rome acts according to the covenant, and so do we." Topyrus replied unhurriedly, "People of Dionia, don't think that you can come to Rome just because you've occupied southern Italy. If you dare to send your troops to this land, we, the warriors of Rome, will let you taste the true pain of war." Another man shouted angrily, and some other senators echoed. "Dionia has no intention of showing off its military might, but it's not afraid of any strong enemy either. The forces that we've defeated in the past are proof of that." The commotion in the Senate seemed to be expanding. At this time, Paulus, who was sitting in the front row, stood up and shouted, "Ambassador of Dionia, please return to the hotel first. We will inform you after we have discussed and made a decision." Topyrus nodded in agreement. At the same time, he reminded, "I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. Any delay will cause more casualties to the Wolsey and the soldiers of Rome. This is not what you want, and it's not what His Majesty wants to see either." Topyrus' seemingly kind words contained a hidden threat to Rome, which caused the elders to scold him even more. However, he resolutely walked out of the venue with his head held high. Paulus walked to the center of the hall and said loudly, "Dear elders and newcomers, please be quiet. Please be quiet. The people of Dionia have asked us to stop attacking Wolsey. Do you have any opinion on this?" The man who had shouted at Topyrus many times said, "Do you even need to ask? Of course, ignore them. Our citizens have gone through many bloody battles and finally won this opportunity to defeat the Wolsey. How can we let Wolsey go just because of a few words from the people of Dionia? Pantius, it's easy for you to say that. Dionia has rarely had diplomatic contact with Rome. I'm afraid you don't know much about it. Although this kingdom has only been established for more than 10 years, it has already occupied the entire southern part of Italy. Even the powerful Simonians were defeated by it and had no choice but to become its ally. Even the people of Carthage are afraid of it and took the initiative to renew the agreement with it. Although we have now escaped from the embarrassment of being defeated by the Celts, and our strength has been restored, we are even stronger than before. However, compared to Dionia, it is like a goat facing a bull. The difference in strength is too great. If Dionia intervenes in the affairs of this region, it will be a big problem for Rome." Someone at the back of the hall stood up and said seriously. The person who said this was Fabius Ambustus, a respected senator known for his strong patriotism. Of course, I don't know as much about Dionia as you nobles do, but I will never back down because I am afraid of Dionia's strength. Do not forget that the Roman plebeians need more land to lift them out of poverty and to ease their conflict with us if we stop fighting the Volsci and return to the lands we have conquered. If we stop the war against the Wolsey and return to the occupied land, then our promise to the civilians to distribute the land in the newly occupied Wolsey town will not be fulfilled. Unless you nobles agree to give them a large amount of public land in the city, otherwise you will see. Pentius Scamilius looked around coldly and said loudly, "The anger of the commoners will erupt again." The noise in the hall suddenly became much quieter. Fabius Ambustus's face was a little pale. At this time, Paulus said, "Hey, Pantius, don't get too worked up. The people sitting in this hall, whether they are nobles or civilians, love Rome no less than you do, especially the respectable Ambustus. In the Battle of Cremery, nearly 100 years ago, almost all of his 306 people were sacrificed to resist the attack of thousands of Vikings on Rome. 10 years ago, after the defeat of the Arian War, the Celtic army approached Rome, and the whole city was in a panic. Ambustus decided to go to the Celtic camp on the north bank of the Tiber River to persuade the Celtic king, Brennus. Although he failed in the end, his courage was still admired by the people. This is not inferior to your brave action of sneaking into the Capitoline Mountains, surrounded by the Celts, to retrieve the appointment of Camillus as dictator. When Paulus said this, Ambustus's face lit up. The other senators also began to agree and began to criticize Pantius for being unreasonable to his elders. Although Pantius did not speak, there was still a little bit of unwillingness on his face. In fact, Paulus was not in the mood to care about the mood of his fellow military and political officials. He looked at the front row of the hall, where an old man was sitting. He had white hair, dry skin, and a stooped body. Therefore, when he sat on the white ivory chair, there was still a lot of empty space. However, the senators of the Senate did not look down on him because of this. Instead, like Paulus, they looked at him with respect. He was Lucius Valerius Potitus, who had served as the consul of Rome many times. "Uncle, what do you think about the unreasonable request made by the people of Dionia?" Paulus asked respectfully. He was not a direct relative of the old man, but both of them belonged to the Valerius clan and the same Potitus family. It was natural for him to call him uncle. "We don't have to reject Dionia's request immediately. After all, such an important matter can't be decided in a short period of time. We can slowly negotiate with the Dionians." Potitus opened his turbid eyes and said, "Slowly. We don't need to reject Dionia's request immediately." Paulus's eyes lit up. He understood what this uncle meant, and that was delay. "No, we must never give hope to the people of Dionia. In order to avoid trouble in the future, we should reject them directly." An old man next to Potitus objected loudly. He was Publius Scornelius Maruginense, a senator of Rome whose prestige was not inferior to Potitus. In the Senate, he had always opposed Potitus, but this time the senators were intimidated by the power of Dionia and did not accept his opinion. Finally, Ambustus picked up where Potitus left off and gave a concrete suggestion. "We should send a messenger to inform Camillus and Frius immediately and get them to settle the matter with the Tuscarans as soon as possible. Then they should lead the troops to Saturnicum without returning to the city and assist Licinius and Quintus in attacking Wolsey. We should try to occupy as much land as possible in a short period of time." As he said this, Pantius glanced at him and Paulus nodded. "Also, we must contact Carthage as soon as possible. See what they think about Dionia's sudden intrusion into the Latin region." Potitus reminded, "I'm afraid we should also remind our colonies and allies to be prepared." Pantius said, "In the end, the Senate of Rome made a decision. They sent a messenger to inform Topyrus, who pretended to be sincere, and said, 'The Senate is already considering the matter of a truce, but because for military and political officials are far away, without their consent, according to the legal procedures of Rome, a final decision cannot be made. So, please wait a little longer. Topyrus did not have a deep understanding of the political system of Rome. Judging from the political system of the Kingdom of Dionia and the surrounding Greek city-states, the absence of so many generals seemed to have a great impact on the Senate's decision, especially since they were the parties involved. So he pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "My king is waiting for my return, and I hope the Senate of Rome can give me a final answer as soon as possible. I can wait, but the king of Dionia has no patience to wait." Chapter 670. The next day, Terrace was woken up by loud shouts outside the hotel. He put on his coat, stood in front of the window, and looked down. He saw hundreds of Rome people gathered in front of the hotel. They waved their fists, shouted angrily, and even tried to break through the guards and rush into the hotel. "What are they yelling about?" Tamaris asked his translator. "These people from Rome are cursing us." The translator stammered angrily. "They asked us to leave Rome. They said that Dionia has no right to interfere with their affairs in Rome. They said that they are not afraid of Dionia. If we dare to send troops here, they will definitely defeat us." Topyrus knew that the translator didn't translate the message properly. It was impossible for these angry Rome people to speak so elegantly, but he didn't care at all. There was a popular saying in the Kingdom of Dionia, "Dogs that bite don't bark, no matter how fiercely they bark." More and more people gathered, but Tapri wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he hoped that they would rush in and injure one or two people in the emissary delegation. Once this problem was magnified, Rome would have a hard time dealing with it, and Topyrus would have more means to mediate. But Topyrus's wish was destined to never come true. The heavily armed Rome patrol team soon arrived and tried to disperse the crowd. There were even some scuffles between the two sides. When the captain of the patrol, Titus Cassius, saw Topyrus, his face darkened. He threatened, "People of Dionia, this is the result of your request for a truce. The citizens of Rome who lost their land because of the truce will vent their anger on you. I'm afraid this is just the beginning, and I can't guarantee that every patrol will arrive in time." After listening to the translator's translation, Topyrus pointed at the people of Rome who were shouting angrily and unwilling to leave and sneered, "Is that so? Why are they cursing now? Damn nobles, we will never allow you to use this matter to cancel the promise of giving U.S. land and turn it into public land." Cassius was speechless. He did not care that the envoy of Dionia was right in front of him. He cursed angrily, "Damn commoners." Then, with an ashen face, he warned the emissary group, "In view of the anger of the civilians in Rome towards you, I hope that you will stay in the hotel for the next few days and not go out. Otherwise, if something happens, it will not be our responsibility." That being said, before Cassius left, he stationed more soldiers in front of the hotel to protect them, aristocrats and civilians. Topyrus looked at Cassius back as he left, deep in thought. It was very easy for Rome to inform Carthage about the Dionia emissary group. Since the two sides established a closer military alliance 2 years ago, there was a special envoy of Carthage stationed in the city of Rome. On the one hand, he was responsible for contacting the Senate of Rome and dispatching aid to Rome. On the other hand, he was responsible for strengthening the trade between Carthage and Rome and monopolizing the sales of certain goods. It was precisely because of the full support of Carthage that Rome had always maintained an absolute advantage in the battle against the surrounding forces. Not only did they quickly recover their strength, but the speed of their expansion was also far faster than during this period in Cassius' previous life. When the envoy of Carthage, Archidgar, learned of the arrival of the Dionia emissary group from Rome's military governor, Paulus, he could not help but be shocked. The first thing that came to his mind was that 2 years ago, the people of Dionia had destroyed the Sycyr's Tannic tribe, which was secretly supported by Carthage in Sicily. Could it be that they were now targeting Rome, which was supported by Carthage in the north of Italy? Paulus saw that Archidgar was deep in thought, so he asked softly, "Now the people of Dionia are pressing us for a reply. We want to know what is Carthage's suggestion on this. Don't reply for the time being." I will immediately send someone to report to the Senate of Carthage. Archidgar said cautiously, Dear Lord Archidgar. Paulus took a small step forward, slightly lowered his head, and asked in a respectful manner, if the final result between Rome and Ionia is not a good one, resulting in a conflict, will Carthage support Rome? Archidgar's eyes immediately swept over to Paulus. As a member of Hanno's faction, he knew Hanno's conservative style very well, so he said cautiously, This is a very important question. I can't answer it. The decision must be made by the Senate of Carthage. Carthage and Ionia have been friends for more than 10 years, and they have just renewed the friendship agreement. It is difficult for him to make this decision, but Archidgar showed a hint of fierceness. As far as I am concerned, I am willing to support Rome and teach the arrogant people of Ionia a good lesson. When the messenger from Rome rushed to inform Camillus, Camillus was already on his way back to Rome with his army. When the Thessalonians learned that Rome had led an army to attack them, they did not resist. Instead, they opened their gates to welcome them, showing to Rome that they had no intention of rebelling. The generous Camillus recognized the loyalty of the Thessalonians, so he did not let the army enter the city. Instead, he waited for the leaders of the Thessalonians to swear to God and make a promise before he led the army back. On the way back, Camillus was stunned when he received the news from the messenger. Although he was already a famous and ever-victorious general of Rome in central Italy, he did not know much about Ionia. He only knew that this kingdom occupied the entire southern part of Italy and was very powerful. The rise of Ionia was too short, and Rome had been in turmoil for more than 10 years. Camillus had spent most of his time on the battlefield, so he did not have the spare time to study the kingdom of Ionia in the south. Another civilian military officer, Frias, knew even less about Ionia, but the young and energetic him said with dissatisfaction, The Senate is too cautious. They should directly reject the unreasonable request of this Ionia messenger. If Ionia really dares to send an army to Latin, we will completely defeat it and let this kingdom know the power of Rome. Such an important matter will be decided by the Senate, so let's not worry too much about it. Camillus warned him, What we need to worry about now is how to attack the Volsci. Hearing this, Frias did not dare to make any more comments. The last time he failed in battle, if not for Camillus's rescue, he would not have escaped the Senate's accusations. Yet Camillus still disregarded the past and chose him to be his assistant for this expedition. This made him completely angry with Camillus. After a while, Frias said, All right, we will obey the order and lead the army directly to Saturnicum. But before we change the route of march, we must first inform the soldiers, so that they will not protest again. After he finished speaking, he saw that Camillus did not reply. He was holding his chin, deep in thought. Camillus! Camillus! Frias called out repeatedly. Camillus came back to his senses. His eyes were bright, and he said in a deep voice, No, we should not go to Saturnicum. We should go to Antium. Frias was stunned. Why? Now Quintus and Licinius are leading the army to besiege Saturnicum, and Volsci has also mobilized troops in an attempt to defend it. Even if we rush there, it will be difficult to break through Saturnicum in a short period of time. But the Senate hopes that we can occupy more Volsci land as soon as possible. Antium is far from Saturnicum, and it is at the rear. I'm afraid that they will be unprepared. If we attack it, we will have a high chance of success. Frias' eyes lit up. Just like how we saved Priscilla? Yes. Camillus nodded confidently. Just 4 days before Camillus led his army to invade Volsci's territory, Dionia's envoy Chaereas took a boat from Poseidon and entered the city of Naples. Then he headed east into the Samni Mountains and came to the central town of Cotini, one of the 4 major Samni races, Cotini. He met with its leader, Segavani, and expressed to him that the king of Ionia was seriously concerned about the Cotini warriors frequently invading the territory of the Campanian alliance. He hoped that Cotini would not violate the covenant again, restrain its people, and ensure that similar things would not happen again. Segovani only said lightly, "Got it?" Then, with an unfriendly expression, he proposed that he could agree to Dionia's conditions, but Dionia could no longer interact with Quinduk, the leader of Nazara, a town in the south of Kautini, nor could they send the priests of Hades into their territory. Roping in and assimilating Nazara was Dionia's established strategy. Of course, Koreas could not agree to Segovani's request. Therefore, he was given the cold shoulder in Kautini and even received loud insults and humiliation from some of the Kautini people. Segovani not only did not stop it, but also took pleasure in his misfortune. Koreas returned to Poseidon angrily and wrote a letter to the Turiai Senate, truthfully describing what he had encountered and seen during his visit to Kautini, and concluded that the Kautini would soon launch another attack on the Campanian alliance. The Devers had discussed this with the Ministry of Military Affairs beforehand, and Koreas' judgment was indeed consistent with the Kautini's practice for the past 2 years. Every time Dionia sent an envoy to condemn the Kautini's aggression, the Kautini would soon launch an attack on the Campanian alliance. It seemed that the great leader of Kautini had a rebellious mentality against Dionia and always liked to go against G. Therefore, after an urgent discussion with the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Devers decided to immediately send Legio III to assist the Campanian alliance against the upcoming attack of the Samanai and Kautini tribes. Chapter 671. On the third day, the fully equipped Legio III left the Germentum and sailed to Posidonia before entering the port of Naples by sea. Naples was a pearl among the Greek colonies in central Italy. It was the second colony built by the Greeks in Italy after Cumae. It had a long history, but at the beginning it was just a small port called Partenope, meaning pure eye, which was the name of an ancient Greek siren. As time went by, it continued to expand and finally became the largest city-state in the Campania region. Later on, it was renamed Naples, meaning new city. In the process of Naples' development, Syracuse had provided a great help. 100 years ago, Dylan, the tyrant of Syracuse, sent an army to help Cumae and Naples repel the Etruscans' attack. Later on, Syracuse sent troops to help Naples defend against the Samanai's attacks. So in the past, Naples and Syracuse had a close relationship and were close allies. However, since the rise of Dionia and the complete destruction of Syracuse's hegemony in the Southern Italian War, Naples, which had strongly supported Dionysius in the Southern Italian War, had no choice but to surrender to Dionia. A large number of Campanian mercenaries under Dionysius' command were provided by the Campanian alliance, which was led by Naples. In the process of Naples' expansion, the Samanai had also helped it a lot. For 100 years, the Samanai had constantly attacked from the eastern mountains to the western lowlands, capturing many towns built by the Etruscans and the Greeks in Campania. Even the ancient city of Cumae had been destroyed, and the big city of Capua had been occupied by them. A large number of people fled to Naples, which they thought was the safest, causing the population of Naples to skyrocket. This was also the reason why there were so many Campanian mercenaries in the western Mediterranean. Under the constant attacks of the ferocious Simonians, the Campania alliance, which was initially formed to defend the natives and protect the safety of the city-state, was only left with a few towns along the coast. If not for the Campania alliance's timely alliance with Dionia, most of the land would have belonged to the Simonians in less than 20 to 30 years. On this day, the Neapolitans, who had been notified beforehand, had specially cleared half of the port to allow nearly 1,000 passenger ships from Dionia to dock. Many Neapolitan citizens brought their families to the port to watch curiously. I heard that the Legio III from Dionia is coming to Naples this time. What does this legion mean? That's a unique army of Dionia. It's very different from our other city-states. I heard that this army has many advantages, which is why they have an advantage in battle. Since the Legio III is here, then there must be the First and Second Legions. Why didn't the First and Second Legions come to Napoli? Naples is the leader of the Campania alliance. Idiot. It's not that Dionia is looking down on us, but their Legio III is the closest to us. They're stationed in Lucania municipality, so it's the most convenient for them to come to Campania. And don't underestimate this Legio III. In the southern Italian war 10 years ago, they defeated the Simonians' army that invaded Potentia and captured Capusa and Ennona alone. Therefore, they're very experienced in dealing with the Simonians. If the Legio III is so powerful, then wouldn't the first and second legions of Daionia be even more terrifying? I heard that the kingdom of Daionia has 10 legions, and each of them has achieved a lot in the past wars. I think any one of them is enough to fight against the ferocious Simonians. 10 legions. My God, Apollo above, how many soldiers does Daionia have? Therefore, the alliance between the Campania Alliance and the Kingdom of Daionia is very correct. With the help of Daionia, we will no longer be afraid of the wolf-like Simonians. Look, the Daionia soldiers have begun to come ashore. Hey, why is the armor on their shoulders black? I know that. Daionia regards Hades as their kingdom's protector and worships black. It's said that their king is a descendant of Hades. Speaking of Hades, a temple of Pluto has been built in our city last year. It's said that the priests are sent from Turin. They are very hospitable to the people who come to worship. Not only do they take the initiative to answer all kinds of questions, but they also treat the believers for free and provide some useful help. I've just been there once a few days ago. A priest with some status spent a lot of time listening to me talk about my troubles and enlightening me. So, the other temples can't be compared to the Temple of Hades at all. No wonder this god is so popular in southern Italy. I heard that even the Samnese in Nazara have begun to worship him. Is it really that good? Then I'll go to the Temple of Hades tomorrow to worship. Stop talking. Look, the Daionia soldiers have begun to line up. Wow, they're really fast, and there's almost no soldiers talking at all. It's not like our militia gathering. The noise can be heard 10 miles away from the city. This is the army that can fight against a strong enemy. Oh, look, there are so many flags in the Legion of Dionysia, and all of them are shining in gold. It's so beautiful. Idiot, those flags are used to command the battle, not to look good. Look, the Daionia actually sent so many cavalrymen. I'm afraid that this is more than the number of cavalrymen of the Campanian Alliance. What's so strange about that? I heard that Daionia has 4 cavalry legions, and each of them has nearly 2,000 cavalrymen. Oh, Apollo above, Daionia is really a powerful country. The people of Naples were discussing and commenting about the Legio III of Daionia, but few of them criticized the Legio III for having so many foreigners, mainly the Lucanians, in the Legio III. This was because Naples had been surrounded by many different races since its establishment. The Auronzi and Etruscans were to the north, the Simonians to the east, the Lucanians to the south, and the Phoenicians from the Sardinian island to the west. After living for 100 years, they had gotten used to living next to these foreign races. Their culture was deeply influenced by each other, so the Neapolitans were not as xenophobic as the Greeks of other cities. Moreover, many of the people in the city were of mixed blood, so one could imagine how tolerant they were toward the foreigners. When the army of the Kingdom of Daionia set foot on the territory of the Campanian Alliance for the first time, the Legio III immediately won the cheers of the surrounding Neapolitan people with their strict discipline and mighty military demeanor. It could be said that they had successfully established the image of the Dionysian army. Just as the various battalions of the Legio III and some of the cavalrymen of the 2nd Cavalry Legion that were transferred over by Cho lined up neatly, the commander of the Legio III Legion, Lazuru, and the official of the Dionia's foreign ministry, Carias, were talking to the high-ranking officials of Naples who came to welcome them. Welcome, our great allies of Daionia. Thank you very much for your timely arrival. We can finally rest assured. For the past 2 days, there has been a continuous flow of Caiutini's warriors passing through Lola and Susella in the east. The people of the Campanian Alliance are very uneasy. The chief general of Naples, Onosius, said excitedly, Has Caiutini's army started their attack? Lazaro asked immediately. Not yet. However, based on past experience, they will probably rush into the territory of the Campanian alliance in the next 2 days. I'm afraid the scale of the Simonians' invasion this time will be far greater than before. Mithides, a well-respected member of the Council of Naples, replied with a gloomy expression. The envoy of Dionia, Chaereas, also had a gloomy expression. He was a Turii, a student of Ansitano's. A few years ago, he was still studying history in the Dionia Academy while serving as a teacher in the Turii Academy. After Ansitano's became the foreign minister, he recruited his good student from the academy to serve as a civil servant of the foreign ministry due to the lack of manpower. Previously, Chaereas had also gone on a diplomatic mission to a foreign country and successfully completed the mission given by the kingdom. He did not expect to be humiliated by Caiutini. Furthermore, Caiutini had launched such a huge attack after that. It was obvious that they were taking revenge for the warning he had given to Caiutini. However, Lazaro smiled. Caiutini's people came at the right time. The soldiers are looking forward to a big battle. You must be Legion Commander Lazaro. I've long heard of your name. Onosius said in an obsequious manner. You've heard of me. I've never fought in any big battles. Am I that famous? Lazaro's expression darkened. He subconsciously thought of how he made a fool of himself during the Corinth tournament. That was a sore point for him. Onosius was stunned. He did not know why his enthusiasm was met with such a cold expression. Legion Commander Lazaro, who doesn't know that you played an important role as the first captain of Legio III when we defeated the Simonians back then. This time, we are all looking forward to you leading the Dionia Legio III to make a name for themselves in Campania, Mithides said sincerely. It was obvious that he had already understood the army that Dionia had sent out beforehand. At this moment, Lazaro was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, another Neapolitan general, Aelos, asked a timely question to divert his embarrassment. General Lazaro, how many reinforcements did you bring this time? 10,000, Lazaro answered crisply. Chapter 672. The Neapolitan generals were not very familiar with Dionia's military system. They had heard from the Dionia envoy Chaereas that the kingdom would send Legio III to participate in the war. They had thought that there would only be a few thousand soldiers. They did not expect the other party to easily send out 10,000 soldiers. This was already half of the Campanian alliance's military strength. Chaereas thought that the Neapolitans were unhappy with Dionia for sending out too many soldiers, so he quickly explained, because the Caiutini refused to learn their lesson, His Majesty the Devers was very angry. He sent out the entire Legio III to completely crush the Caiutini's invasion and teach them a heavy lesson so that they would never dare to invade the Campanian alliance's territory again. That's great. We have been looking forward to that day. Anaxius and the others could not help but say, Where is our base? At this time, Lazaro asked impatiently. The camp is set outside the east side of the city, but there are not enough tents, Aelos said awkwardly. They did not expect Dionia to send out so many soldiers. We have brought the tents. You just have to ensure that there is an adequate supply of food. Lazaro looked calm, but in fact, food was his biggest concern. There is no problem with the food, you can rest assured. Onosius said loudly, The autumn harvest has just ended, and the citizens have enough food in their homes. Furthermore, when they heard that the warriors of Dionia were coming to help defend against the Samni, even the city hall didn't have to buy anything. Everyone voluntarily took out their food to supply the Dionian army. We have also prepared dozens of bottles of wine and a lot of cattle and sheep for Legio III to celebrate your arrival. Lazaro waved his hand and said, There is no need for that. Legio III does not have the time. I am going to bring the soldiers to build the camp now. Please call the leading generals of the Campanian alliance over and discuss with me how to deal with the Samni that are about to invade. Although Lazaru's words were too direct and hurtful, his swift and decisive actions reflected that the kingdom of Dionia was treating this battle seriously. Therefore, not only were the Neapolitan officials not dissatisfied, they were happy. The Samnite people were a mountainous people who liked to live in the mountains. If they lived on the plains, not only would they feel uncomfortable with the climate, but they would also lack a sense of security. However, nothing was absolute. The Catini, one of the four major Samnite races, had many villages and towns on the eastern plains of Campania. This was mainly because of the increase in population, which forced the Catini, who were located in the west of the Samnite Mountains, to move to the western lowlands to obtain more land to support their population. After decades of hard work, the eastern part of the Campania plains had been completely occupied by Catini. They had taken over the cities of other races, such as Capua and Caesarea. At the same time, they had built some new towns, such as Lola. Therefore, some of the Catini tribes had begun to get used to farming instead of herding cattle and sheep for a living, so that the overall strength of Catini had gradually begun to catch up with the Hilpini tribe, which had always been the leader of the four major races. However, the war more than a decade ago was a blow to the ambitious Catini. A large number of tribal warriors were killed or captured, and the approach of the Dionysian army forced the Catini to lower their arrogant heads, sign a humiliating alliance treaty, and stop their westward march. But when their strength was restored, its new leader, Segovani, was no longer willing to be bound by this covenant. It was not because of Catini's habit of plundering, but because, on the one hand, the spread of Dionia's religion and economic culture had destroyed the traditions of the Samnite people and shaken the cohesion of the tribes. On the other hand, after Catini occupied the eastern plains of Campania, they had tasted the benefits of farming on the plains, and they had already intended to take all of Campania into their arms. Of course, there were also personal reasons. Segovani needed to use war to increase his prestige and defeat the Nazara leader, Quinduk, who had always refused to obey him and relied on the support of Dionia. Therefore, the frequent attacks sent by the Catini tribe to the west were not as simple as plundering supplies and people. They could constantly undermine the enemy's morale and increase the fear of the Campanians, so that they would never dare to settle down to farming and herding. While strengthening their own strength by plundering people and supplies, they were also constantly weakening the opponent's strength, and finally, through war, they would achieve their goal of occupying all of Campania. The two major cities of Capua and Caesarea were obtained in this way. So how could the Catini be willing to be bound by the alliance of Dionia? One morning, the leaders of the Catini tribes gathered in the three towns of Capua. Lola and Caesarea led their young and strong tribesmen, weapons in hand, and began to break into the territory of the Campanian alliance to the west. The straight line distance between the three cities and the west coast was about 40 miles, especially Lola, which was directly to the east of Naples. Therefore, as long as these tribal warriors ran as fast as they could, they would be able to reach the city of Naples in about 2 hours. This was one of the main reasons why the city-states of the Campanian alliance were afraid of Samnite. They were too close to the Catini forces, and they were on the plains with almost no place to defend. Faster! Faster! Tarek, the leader of the Catini tribe, shouted loudly to urge his warriors. His tribe came from Abella, a small town less than 15 miles east of Lola. It was located in a col, guarding a pass into the mountains, so the land area was narrow and not suitable for farming, and the mountains on both sides were too high, not suitable for grazing, so they mainly lived by plundering. Although Segovani, the leader of the Catini tribe, had proposed to use this attack to strike the arrogant faces of the kingdom of Dionia and the Campanian alliance. But Tarek was more interested in the grain that the Greeks had piled up in their homes, now that the autumn harvest had just ended. Even if the Greeks who had a good harvest fled after hearing the news, they would not be able to take that much grain with them. Tarek wanted to plunder enough grain before the other tribes did, so that he could get through the winter without a hitch. Tarek ran on the flat land with his 200 warriors, and soon entered the territory of Naples. He could already see the farmland in front of him, and at the same time he could smell the burnt straw in the air, which made him even more excited. Tarek was familiar with the area because of his frequent raids. He knew that there was a Greek village a mile ahead. "Faster!" he urged again, quickening his pace. "Chief, there are enemy cavalry in front!" a warrior shouted. Tarek, of course, saw it too. He also saw the Greek cavalry immediately turn around and run back after noticing his troops. "Don't worry about them, hurry up!" Tarek shouted. He was not worried at all. Based on past experience, he knew that the cavalry must have run back to Naples to gather their soldiers, and by the time the heavy Greek infantry arrived, they would have already returned to Abella with a full harvest. If the Greeks dared to give chase, Cottini's warriors would come from all directions and give them a taste of the power of a rain of javelins. The timid Greeks always gathered in tight phalanxes. Not only were they slow, but they were also easy targets for the javelins in their hands. Tarek led the warriors into the village, and just as he had expected, the village was empty. He immediately sent a small group of warriors to the south of the village to act as sentries to observe the movements of the Greeks, while he led the majority of his warriors to break down the locked doors of the houses and rush into the houses to start looting. Just then, a warrior hurried over and reported, "Not far from the village, there are some Greeks fleeing with their carts." Tarek was overjoyed when he heard this. They must be the people of the village, and they must be loaded with valuables. Tarek was worried that he did not have enough carts with him, so he could not carry too much. He immediately gathered some of his warriors and rushed out of the village, heading south in pursuit. When the Greeks saw that they were coming, they ran even faster to the south. Unfortunately, their numbers were heavy and clumsy, and they were getting closer and closer. Tarek was shocked to discover that there were dozens of Greek heavy infantry in front of the fleeing Greeks. Unlike the Greek heavy infantry he had seen before, they were all clad in black armor, and they were charging towards them at high speed. Should we retreat? Tarek only had this thought in his mind, but he immediately suppressed it. What a joke! Why would I retreat? He was very experienced in dealing with the Greek heavy infantry. Moreover, he had more than 100 warriors with him, which was twice the number of the enemy. "Quick, spread out!" He ordered the warriors to form an even looser formation, spreading out in the shape of a goose and pressing towards the enemy at the same time. The enemy heavy infantry continued to advance past the fleeing Greeks, and gradually formed into a tight phalanx as they advanced. Seeing this, Tarek laughed inwardly. The stubborn Greeks have suffered so many times, but they still haven't changed. I'll let you continue to taste the power of a javelin. The enemy's phalanx had already entered a distance of 30 meters. Tarek raised the javelin in his hand, only to see the Greeks slow down and raise the long shields in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the front, back, left, right, and even the top of the phalanx were tightly protected by the shields, and they continued to advance towards Tarek's team. Tarek was shocked, but he still threw the javelin in his hand. The warriors in the semicircle formation also threw their javelins at the enemy in the middle. Chapter 673. The javelins that were thrown covered the entire phalanx. Only boom sounds could be heard. Some of the javelins slid off the shields, and some pierced into the shields, turning the phalanx into a hedgehog. But this phalanx did not have any soldiers fall, and no one screamed. It stood perfectly intact. While the Simonians were still in shock, the Greeks suddenly removed their shields. Javelins flew out from the phalanx and were thrown in front of them where Tarek was standing. At this time, the distance between the two sides was close to 20 meters. Tarek did not expect the other party to have such a fatal move. As the tribal leader, Tarek had his own armor and shield, but in order to better pursue the fleeing Greeks, he left them in the village. Seeing the javelins flying straight at him, he could only rely on his instincts to dodge. Then he let out a scream. A javelin pierced through his right leg, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, 7 or 8 warriors beside him also fell to the ground, screaming, "Chief!" The panicked shouts of the soldiers rang in his ears. Amidst the pain, Tarek suddenly remembered something mentioned by the previous leader 10 years ago. These enemies in black helmets and black armor should be Daionia. They're the Daunians. Tarak, reminded the others loudly. At this time, the Daionia soldiers had already rushed to the front. In order to protect their leader, the Kayutini warriors did not retreat. Instead, they hurried forward and fought with the Daionia soldiers. This was obviously a wrong move. Even if the Kayutini warriors outnumbered the other side, the unprotected Kayutini warriors fighting against the well-protected legion of Dionysia was like an egg hitting a stone. After paying a heavy price, the Kayutini warriors had to retreat. At this time, they heard the sound of hooves behind them. "It's the Greek cavalry," the Kayutini warriors exclaimed. Dozens of Daionia cavalry who had circled to the rear and galloped overthrew javelins at the retreating Kayutini warriors, slowing their retreat. The legion of Dionysia soldiers were quickly catching up. Under the pincer attack, the Kayutini warriors were completely routed and fled in all directions. They would become the targets of the Daionia cavalry. At that moment, the commander of the legion of Dionysia stood in front of the unconscious Tarak, looking back at the Campanian army that had just arrived. "Where's the nearest enemy?" The scout pointed to his right and said, "About 400 meters from here. Further west, there are about 300 Khatini people. Your comrades from the 3rd Squad and a company of light armored soldiers are preparing to attack them." After the captain heard this, he immediately shouted, "Brothers of the 2nd team, gather! Other than the few of you who are injured, the rest of you will follow me to the west immediately and coordinate with the 3rd team to attack the Samanai." "Captain, this is just a small injury. It's not a problem for us to continue fighting," the injured soldier said unwillingly. "This is an order. Execute it immediately." After the captain said this, the injured soldiers did not say anything. "What about the Khatini hiding in the village?" a soldier asked. "Leave it to the Neapolitans. I think they should be able to handle the remaining soldiers." With that, the captain immediately led the soldiers to the west. This similar scene happened in many places in the Campanian plains. Only in Atella, the situation was different. Atella was originally a small city built by the Etruscans and later joined the Campanian alliance. It was located in the northeast of Naples, in the middle of the Campanian plains, less than 25 miles away from the city. 20 years ago, it was taken away by the Khatini, and since then, Atella had become a forward base for the Khatini to invade the coastal city-states of Campania, as well as a transfer point for looting. The Campanian alliance suffered greatly. Therefore, after forming an alliance with Daionia, they took advantage of the fact that the Khatini were defeated by Daionia and were still negotiating with the Devers. Could the Khatini return Atella to the Campanian alliance? The Devers agreed. The Khatini, on the other hand, had no choice but to make concessions due to the circumstances. This humiliation had always been weighing on the Khatini great leader, Segovani's heart. Therefore, this time he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Campanian alliance was busy dealing with the invasion of the other tribes to gather a large number of troops, recapture Atella in one fell swoop, and establish his prestige. As for when Daionia sent messengers to accuse him, Segovani had already thought of a way to deal with it. He would use the phrase Atella originally belonged to the Khatini to dodge it. Anyway, the Daionia only knew how to threaten him with words and could not harm him at all. When the time came, the deed would be done, and the Daionia could not do anything to him. Segovani spent 2 days in Cadium to gather about 5,000 warriors from the surrounding tribes and secretly entered the city of Caesarea. Half an hour after the other tribes began to invade the west, he led his army and set off. As he had specially ordered that no tribes are allowed to loot along the route from Caesarea to Atella, the journey was smooth and did not encounter any enemies. Caesarea was less than 20 miles away from Atella, and it was all flat land. An hour later, the army, led by Segovani, neared the city of Atella. The Atellans obviously did not expect the Khatini, who had always only looted, to suddenly lead an army to attack the city. There were only a few panicked sentries on the city wall. Segovani, on the other hand, had made ample preparations. Not only did he let the warriors bring enough scaling ladders, but he also gathered the heavy infantry of Catini, equivalent to the intermediate infantry of the Greek army, into the army. There were about 3,000 of them. Attack! Segovani immediately gave the order without hesitation. He did not want to give the enemy any time to react. The warriors roared and rushed towards Attila. At this time, the scout hurried over. "Great leader, we found the enemy's cavalry." Segovani's heart tightened, but he immediately relaxed. So what if the Greeks found out? Victory was already in his grasp. "Continue to observe the enemy's movement south, and report to me at any time," he said with a wave of his hand. "Yes, great leader." The scout ran away. Cavalry. This was a pain in Segovani's heart. The Samni were a mountainous race and had never had cavalry. But after the Catini occupied the eastern plains of Campania, he began to plan to build a cavalry to increase the scouting ability of the army and at the same time to assist in battle. But none of the Catini warriors were willing to try riding a horse. They were more willing to fight the enemy face to face, rather than riding and hiding like cowards. Of course, sitting on the back of a naked horse gave these Catini warriors no sense of security at all. It was far better to have their feet on solid ground, which made them feel at ease. In the end, the dream of building a cavalry could only go down the drain. Segovani sighed and threw away this annoying thought. He returned his attention to the battlefield. He was delighted to see that the warriors had already used scaling ladders to cross the trench and force their way to the city wall. Only then did many panicked Greek defenders appear on the city wall. "By the time Naples' reinforcements arrive, I will have already taken this small city." Segovani clenched his right fist confidently. "What did you say?" "More than 5,000 Catini are attacking Atlas." The Neapolitan general, Aeolus, was shocked when he heard this news from the mouth of a scout. He immediately reacted and shouted with a livid face, "We have all been deceived by the Catini. This time they're not just plundering, they are going to invade our land." Aeolus' words were mainly directed at Lazzaro. At this moment, Lazzaro, who was sitting in the big tent, had a very ugly expression. After sending out the troops of Legio, 3 to prepare for a surprise attack on the Catini, who had come to invade the Campania alliance, he had been sitting in the barracks. There was no other way. Because the location of the attack was too wide, the various brigades, companies, and teams of Legio III were scattered in this vast area. He could only rely on the many scouts and messengers, as well as the planning of the staff officers, to barely achieve a general control. There were only 500 light infantrymen left in the camp, and they were reserved for reserve. Lazzaro carefully looked at the map of Campania on the table, then asked loudly, "How many citizen soldiers are there in the city of Atlas?" Aeolus thought for a moment, then came over and said, "Atlas is a small city with only a few thousand people. We can take out nearly 400 citizen soldiers." Speaking of this, Aeolus felt a little regretful. When Atlas was returned to the Campania alliance, with such an important strategic location, it should have been expanded, strengthened, and stationed more young and strong citizens. However, at that time, the various city-states in the alliance argued endlessly about how much construction costs and how much land they would get, so this important measure was never implemented. Later, everyone found that the Catini were very obedient under the strong constraints of Daionia, so they did not bother to make any changes to Atlas. In the past 2 years, Catini had begun to attack the Campania alliance again, but they mainly robbed the property and occasionally robbed the population. They did not attack the cities, so they did not raise any alarm. Lazzaro frowned and asked again, "How many soldiers have you not sent out to fight?" Aeolus hurriedly discussed a few words with the generals beside him, then said helplessly, according to General Litter's previous suggestion, "We have kept a reserve force, about 2,000 soldiers." Please remember the original domain name of this book. Mobile version. Chapter 674. We don't have to rush to Atlas so quickly. If the Catini people want to attack Atlas, then let them. A voice sounded in the tent. The generals of the Campania alliance were a little angry when they heard this. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a general in black armor sitting next to Lizu. The purple helmet was placed next to his hand. It was obvious that this person's status in the Dionia army was not lower than Lizu's. This made them swallow the curses they wanted to say. This person seems to be called Pu. Thor. Ailos vaguely remembered that Lizu had introduced him to them before, but this person had been sitting quietly and did not attract much attention. For a moment, he could not remember his name. Lizu's plan was opposed, but he was not angry. Instead, he asked that person seriously, "Printos, what's your opinion?" Printos was from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, led by Lizu. More than 10 years ago, he had made great contributions when Legio III took over the city of Aspraustum. Then, during the war when the Devers led the army to fight back against the Samanai army's invasion of Potentia, he used a clever trick to cause the Samanai camp to howl, which led to their crushing defeat. After that, the Devers then asked him to assist Legio III in attacking the Samanai territory in the north. Legio III successively took over Kopsa, Inona, and many other Hilpini territories. At that time, the first captain of Legio III, Lizu, met Printos during this process. After the war in Greece, under the Devers' suggestion, the Ministry of Military Affairs established the General Staff Department. The Devers assigned Printos to the General Staff Department. Soon, he became the third most important person in the General Staff Department, the General Staff Officer. There was a joke in the Ministry of Military Affairs to describe the 3 heads of the General Staff Department. Felicius is tired from sitting, Tormid is tired from running, and Printos is tired from thinking. This showed their role in the Ministry of Military Affairs. At that moment, Printos looked at everyone and said slowly, "The biggest problem that the Keutines invasion poses to the Greek army is that they move quickly and are difficult to capture. Now that they have attacked Atlas, it is equivalent to them voluntarily giving up this advantage, giving us the possibility of surrounding and annihilating them. Moreover, such a large army must be led by their leader. If we annihilate and capture this army, it is equivalent to completely solving the problem of the Keutines' frequent attacks on Campania." Printos' words made everyone in the tent very excited. A general from Potswali said hesitantly, "But if we let the Keutini occupy Atlas, they have some experience in defending the city. If we attack for a long time without success, the other Keutini tribes, and even the Hilpini and Pentani will come to our rescue, and that will be even worse." 20 years ago, the reason why the Keutini dared to seize this small city deep in the territory of the Campania Alliance was because they had the confidence to defend it. After that, the army of the Campania Alliance had failed many times to attack the city. Now, this general was worried that they would suffer the same failure again. Without needing Printos to explain further, Ailos said, "There is nothing to worry about. Our ally, Dionia, is so strong that it can easily take down Atlas, which is guarded by the Keutini." That's right, the Campania Alliance now had a strong ally, Dionia. Thinking of what they had heard over the years about the cities and towns that Dionia had forcibly taken down in conquering the vast areas of Apulia, everyone's confidence was boosted. Lazaro, on the other hand, was slightly worried and asked softly, "His Majesty only wants us to repel the Keutini invasion. Will this cause a bigger war?" "When that time comes, His Majesty—" Printos hesitated for a moment, then said with certainty, "Don't worry when we annihilate this main force of the Keutini. Even if they want to continue the war, they will not have the strength to do so. By then, they will only be more obedient to us." When Lazaro heard this, he immediately had no more worries. He was a warmonger. At this time, he said to everyone in high spirits, "We have to hurry up and come up with a plan to eliminate this enemy as soon as possible." As he spoke, he leaned on the table and pointed at the map that was marked out in detail by the staff officers. He said, "Now the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Brigades of Dionia Legio III, as well as most of the light armor and light infantry, as well as a part of your army, are in the northeast of Naples to stop the Keutini coming out from Capua and Sassella. The 5th, 6th, and 4th Brigades of Legio III, as well as another part of your army, are in the southeast of Naples, mainly to stop the Catini coming out from Laura. We have to immediately send scouts to inform them. After completing the task of stopping, do not delay. Immediately turn to the east, north, and south of Atlas and cut off the enemy's retreat. Meanwhile, we have to gather all the remaining soldiers in the camp and approach the south of Atlas. Finally, surround the enemy. There is one more thing that we need to pay attention to. Printos reminded. After the enemy knows that Daionia Legio III is participating in this battle, it is very likely that they will give up Atlas and escape back to the mountains. Lazaru thought for a moment and immediately said, "Then inform the 2nd Cavalry Legion and the cavalry of the Campania Alliance to rush to the east of Atlas as soon as possible. Once the enemy is found to have escaped, do your best to delay their retreat until the other troops arrive and eliminate them." The generals also gave their suggestions to perfect this plan. At this time, no one cared too much about the lives of the thousands of people in Atlas. After all, the generals of the Campania Alliance hoped to completely eliminate their greatest threat through this battle. Soon, many scouts rushed out of the camp and galloped in all directions. After half an hour of battle, Segovani's troops attacked the top of the city wall. Then they broke into the city and purged the entire city. Just as Segovani was feeling proud of the success of his plan, a scout who hurried back reported to him that a few Catini tribes that were raiding near Atlas had been defeated by the Greeks. Among the soldiers that were pursuing them were many heavy infantry who could throw javelins and helmets. They suspected that they were Dionia's troops. The scout also brought back a tribal leader who had escaped. He cried to Segovani, the Greeks' attack was too fierce. My 150 warriors were quickly defeated. The enemy still has many cavalry, and the warriors couldn't even escape. They were either killed or captured. Great leader, you must send troops to rescue them. Segovani was terrified at this moment. He asked loudly, "Are you sure that Daionia was the one who attacked you?" "It must be them. The Campanians don't have those strangely dressed soldiers, and it's impossible for them to completely defeat us." The leader still wanted to find an excuse for his failure, but he saw Segovani gritting his teeth and cursing. "Damn Daionia! How dare they violate the alliance? Are they preparing to start a war with the Simonians?" Segovani's mind was in a mess. Although he had repeatedly ignored Daonia's warnings, he knew very well that Catini's strength could not compete with the powerful kingdom of Daionia. Once Daionia really sent troops, it meant that he was in a bad situation. Run. This thought immediately appeared in Segovani's mind, but he immediately hesitated. They had just conquered Atlas and suffered some casualties. Not only was he reluctant to give up on this fat piece of meat and leave empty-handed, but the warriors of the various tribes would also not agree. While the enemy's troops were still scattered and could not gather to deal with him in a short time, he had to seize the time to plunder some resources and bring them back. When he returned to Caudim, he would discuss with Helpini, Pentni, and Catini how to deal with Daonia's betrayal of the alliance. After Segovani made up his mind, he immediately ordered the warriors to seize the time to plunder resources and be ready to leave at any time. At the same time, he sent out many scouts and ordered them to carefully investigate the movements around Atlas and report immediately if there were any strange movements. However, not long after, he received reports of enemies to the south, north, and west of Atlas. At this moment, how could he not understand that the enemy had discovered him and was trying to surround him? Segovani did not dare to hesitate and immediately led the warriors to retreat east. Not long after escaping Atlas, they heard the sound of hooves coming from the north. "It's the Greek cavalry." The Catini warriors reminded each other and stopped in their tracks. They pulled out their javelins and were eager to face the hundreds of cavalrymen rushing toward them. The cavalrymen belonging to the 2nd Cavalry Legion of Daionia were rushing over. This time, in order to cooperate with Legio III in the battle in the Campania region, the Ministry of Military Affairs had the 2nd Cavalry Legion take out 1,000 cavalrymen and put them under Lazaru's command. although the 2nd Cavalry Legion's camp headquarters was stationed in Newton. Most of the soldiers in the Legion came from the Cosenza Plateau and were better at riding horses on the gentler slopes. When they were about to enter the range of the Cottini's javelins, the Daionia cavalry turned around and galloped toward the front of the Cottini army, facing them. Wherever he passed, the Cottini warriors subconsciously slowed down their footsteps. At this time, the warriors on the right side of the team also shouted, "Cavalry! Cavalry!" Dozens of Daionia cavalry rushed over from the south and adopted the same tactic, forcing the entire Cottini army to retreat at a significantly slower pace. Segovani panicked and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Ignore them!" Chapter 675. Several trumpeters, beside Segovani, kept blowing the horns of retreat. At the same time, Segovani, who was at the head of the team, led the tribal warriors around him to speed up. Seeing that the Cottini in front of them no longer cared about their threat and only cared about running forward, the Daionia cavalry did not hesitate to close in on them, throwing the javelins in their hands as they galloped. The javelins flew into the dense ranks and immediately fell to the ground. The Cottini warriors who were attacked also angrily returned the javelins to the Daionia cavalry who were about to turn away. Screams and the neighing of horses rang out incessantly from both sides. At the same time, there were cries of alarm from the Cottini warriors everywhere. "Cavalry! Cavalry!" Squads of Daionia and Campanian cavalry kept rushing from the rear, circling around the huge Cottini team and stirring up dust and sand. They kept charging at the enemy, throwing javelins to injure and disrupt the enemy's advance. Even when they saw that the Cottini team at the end of the team was thin, they directly drove their horses to scatter them, like a pack of cunning wolves pouncing on a giant beast, constantly increasing the pressure, adding wounds, and making them panic. Ever since the Daionia cavalry suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Namibian and Celtic cavalry in the southern Italian war more than a decade ago, the cavalry commander, Leds, learned from the painful experience and formulated a more rigorous and meticulous training plan. At the same time, he selected more outstanding riders to join the army. After more than a decade of persistent training and tactical improvement, the current Daionia cavalry had greatly improved compared to before. Segovani looked painfully at the enemy cavalry squads that constantly crisscrossed in front of him. While defending with a shield and throwing javelins, he constantly shouted to the warriors around him, "Don't stop! Keep going! Keep going!" In his heart, he actually wanted to order the team to stop, get into formation, and teach these annoying enemy cavalry a lesson. He believed that with the bravery of the Cottini warriors and their large numbers, they could completely make the enemy retreat in defeat. But the increasing number of enemy cavalry also meant that his team had become the enemy's main target. Once the enemy infantry arrived, while Segovani was panicking, he suddenly saw a group of heavy infantry in black armor appear in the dust stirred up by the enemy cavalry. He was shocked. How did the Daionia infantry get to the front? Tagru was a reserve soldier of Legio, 3 more than 10 years ago. As the temporary commander of the Laos River Fortress, he led the soldiers to successfully stop the attack of the Laos. After the war, not only did he receive a generous reward from the Ministry of Military Affairs, he also successfully transferred to Legio III. After more than 10 years, he was now the captain of the 4th Brigade of Legio III. In this assault on the Cottini, Tagru's 4th Brigade was responsible for the area to the south between Cesara and Lora. He first led 2 teams to defeat an enemy force with the assistance of cavalry, then led them to cooperate with another 2 teams to attack another enemy force with a larger number of people, and successfully defeated it. But in the process of interrogating the captives, Tagru learned that this team from Cesara had previously looted a village and some Greek civilians, and was already on the way to Cesara. Tagru immediately led the team to chase after them, and finally intercepted them before they reached Cesara. On the way back, they encountered cavalry scouts who were looking for them everywhere. Only then did Tagru lead the team to Atlas unhurriedly, because their current position was already directly north of Atlas. When Segavani saw the Daionia heavy infantry in front of him, Tagru also saw the Cottini army in a hurry and in a disorderly formation, as well as the Daionia cavalry galloping around it. The enemy's mighty formation reminded him of the situation when Lao's men attacked the Law River fortress more than 10 years ago. At that time, he only had a few people with him, but he had a strong city defense as a barrier. Today, he did not have a city wall to protect him, but he firmly believed that as long as he stopped the enemy here for a moment, his comrades would arrive one after another and completely destroy this large number of enemies. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and felt that his courage had grown a little stronger. The slow walk earlier had also alleviated their fatigue from the pursuit. He looked around at the soldiers around him, and the soldiers around him looked back at him. There was a hint of nervousness and excitement in their eyes. They were waiting for their superior to make the final decision, and then they would carry it out firmly. Thus, Tagru shouted without hesitation, "Brothers, the enemy that our legion wants to annihilate is in front of us. We must stop these enemies here, or they will escape into the mountains, and our encirclement plan will fail. This is a great opportunity that Hades has given us to make a contribution. Brothers, take out your courage and win this rare honor." Roar, roar, roar. The soldiers used powerful roars to show their determination. Tagru immediately ordered, "All squads line up, form a shield formation, and stop the enemy." Tagru only had 4 squads with him, less than 200 people. In order to ensure the length of the formation, he hoped to be able to stop enough enemies and stretch the line. However, there were only 5 rows deep, which was too thin and could easily be broken. But the soldiers under him quickly split into 4 small square formations without hesitation, and then lined up in a row. They even threw away the javelins on their backs and the spears in their hands. Each of them held a long shield in their hands, drew out a short sword, and slowly advanced towards the enemy. Segavani and the other Cottini warriors were shocked to see that the enemies in front of them actually dared to act like they wanted to stop them. They could not help but be furious. "Charge and crush them!" Segavani pointed his spear forward and shouted. Cottini's warriors roared and once again increased their running speed. Seeing the large number of enemies charging at them aggressively, Tagru was not alarmed. Instead, he was happy. He was most afraid that the enemy would go around them and make his plan fail. The soldiers immediately stopped advancing. "Shield formation!" The leaders of the various teams shouted. The soldiers in the front row raised their shields. The bottom of the shields was slightly sharp and could be slightly inserted into the ground to strengthen the defense of the shield formation. The soldiers in the back row placed their shields above their heads and placed them on the shields of the soldiers in the front row, forming a line. The Samanai were very good at throwing javelins, and they knew this very well. Sure enough, as soon as the Daionia soldiers' shield formation was completed, the javelins of the Cottini came raining down. Some of the soldiers could not help but cry out when the javelins pierced through their shields and pierced their arms. Tagru raised his shield and shouted, "Steady! Steady! Steady!" After the rain of javelins, Cottini's warriors roared furiously as they charged out of the pervading dust and mist. They ferociously crashed into Daonia's army formation, instantly causing the shield formation, which was almost a straight line, to bend. The Daionia soldiers took a horse stance front and back, using all their strength to resist the impact of the hundreds and thousands of people. The soldiers in the first row were half-crouching, their heads buried under their shields, their bodies turned sideways, and their shoulders against the shields. The enemy's javelins pierced them, and the short sword in their right hand constantly pierced through the gaps between the shields. It was unknown if they had hurt the enemy, because the sound of fighting completely occupied their eardrums, and they could not hear the screams. Only some impatient Cottini warriors saw that they could not break the long shields that looked like a turtle shell. In a moment of desperation, they threw away their weapons and directly grabbed the top of the shield with both hands, trying to break it open. At this moment, The sharp, short sword slashed across, cutting off their fingers, and blood splattered on the soldiers. The Catini at the back bypassed the front of the shield formation and attacked the flanks and rear of the shield formation. In the blink of an eye, the Daionia soldiers were surrounded. The soldiers raised their shields and completely protected the entire formation. This company of Daionia was like a small boat in a storm, in danger of capsizing at any time. The Daionia cavalry on the periphery also realized this. They risked being pierced by javelins and attacked the Catini more frequently in an attempt to help relieve the pressure on their comrades. But this only angered the Catini even more. Under their fierce attacks, the shield formation could not hold on for long before it began to fall apart. Tagru watched the soldiers around him being pushed down and stabbed. He was anxious. He quickly stabbed the short sword in his hand, trying to stab the enemy who had squeezed into the formation and protect the safety of his men. Unexpectedly, the Catini warrior who had his chest pierced did not fall. Instead, he leaped forward with all his might, and Tagru, who could not dodge, was pushed to the ground. More enemies rushed into this section of the formation. Tagru, who was pressed to the ground, watched in despair as the soldiers who had lost the protection of the formation were surrounded by more and more enemies. Falling one by one at this critical moment, the loud sound of a bugle pierced through the boiling battlefield. Lazzaro led 2,500 reinforcements from the west and was the first to arrive at the battlefield, directly attacking the rear of the Catini team. Not long after, the 1st Battalion of Legio III arrived from the northwest, then the other companies of the 4th Battalion, and then the 2nd Battalion. Woo! 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 The sound of the bugle continued to sound around the Catini team, and attacks were launched from all directions. The Catini soldiers, who were already in a disorderly formation, were stunned. They felt that they were surrounded by enemies and were extremely panicked. They could no longer care about the Diana company that was already on the verge of death. They scattered and fled in all directions. But how could they outrun the pursuit of the cavalry with their legs? The battle ended quickly, except for a few Catini people who escaped into the city of Sicila. Most of the Catini warriors were either killed or captured. Chapter 676. Lazzaro came to the center of the battlefield. It was full of wounded soldiers and corpses. The closer he got to the center, the more corpses there were. It was obvious how tragic the battle was. In the center stood more than 20 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. They were all injured, blood-stained, and disorderly. It was difficult for them to even stand, and they could only rely on each other to support each other. But when Lazzaro came in front of them, they still tried hard to salute him. Reporting to Legion Commander, the first team of the 4th Legio III has completed the mission. Lazzaro solemnly returned the military salute, and at the same time his voice was a little choked as he said, "You have done well. Without your obstruction, there would not have been this victory." With that, he quickly stepped forward and supported Tagru, who was on the verge of falling. He grabbed his right hand and raised it high. "You, Tagru, blocked the attack of Laos with a small number of troops at the La River fortress more than 10 years ago. Today, you once again blocked the attack of thousands of Samoyed soldiers with a company. You are really an iron wall. Victory! Victory! Victory!" The soldiers around him cheered in unison. Amidst the cheers, Tagru and his soldiers tried their best to straighten their chests. From then on, Tagru had the nickname Iron Wall. Aialos and the other generals of the Campania alliance who followed Lazzaro had never seen such a tragic battlefield, let alone such a terrifying army. In the face of the attack of an enemy dozens of times their number, they actually fought to the death without retreating. This was simply a replica of the legendary battle at Hot Spring Gate. The shock in these generals' hearts could be imagined. No wonder Daionia could defeat Syracuse and become the overlord of the Western Mediterranean. With such an army, which city-state would dare to go against it? At this time, the Legion's medical camp also rushed over. They rummaged through the pile of corpses to find the surviving soldiers and carried out emergency treatment. After a while, the captain of the Daionia cavalry rushed over and reported, "Legion Commander Lazaru, we have captured the leader of Katini, Segovani." Lazaru was not surprised at all. Under such a tight encirclement of Legio III and its allies, it was a miracle that they could still escape. Koreas, the Daionia envoy who had followed Lazaru all the way here, hurriedly asked, "Where is he?" "Bring him here." The cavalry captain turned around and shouted proudly. Segovani, covered in dust, was pushed up limping. When he was escaping, he was knocked down by the Daionia cavalry and his right leg was injured. His escorts were also scattered. Seeing that it was impossible for him to escape, he took the initiative to become a captive. Great leader Segovani, I never thought we would meet under such circumstances. When Segovani heard this familiar voice, he turned his head and saw Korea's mocking face. "People of Daionia, you have violated the covenant and secretly attacked your ally, the Kai Utini. Do you want to start a war with the Samanai alliance?" Segovani roared. "Who's going against the alliance?" "It's you, Ka, Utini, who violated the covenant first. The hundreds of Campanian corpses in Atlas City are the evidence of your crimes. Daionia is upholding the sacred covenant and responding to the request of their loyal ally, the Campanian alliance. That's why they sent an army to protect the lives and property of the Campanian people in the territory of the Campanian alliance. If you, Ka Utini, did not violate the covenant and did not invade the territory of the Campanian alliance, how could there be a war with us?" Koreas barked out several questions. Segovani was speechless but continued to shout, "Quickly release me and my warriors. I will persuade my compatriots in the mountains to resolve this conflict peacefully. Otherwise, the entire Samanai alliance will gather all the warriors, form an army, and invade the territory of Daionia." When Koreas heard this, he wanted to say more, but Lazaru roared, "Let them come! We, Legio III, are worried about not having a war to fight." Seeing Segovani's dejected face, Koreas quickly lost the anger he had when he was humiliated in Kaudem. He pondered and said, "I wonder how His Majesty will deal with this battle. It's best if he can order us to take down Lola, Sassara, and Capusa." Lazaru said confidently. The two looked at each other and laughed. In this battle, Segovani led more than 5,000 Ka Utini warriors, together with other tribal warriors who invaded the territory of the Campanian alliance. There were more than 12,000 people. On the other hand, Daonia's Legio III, half of Daonia's 2nd Cavalry Legion, and the army of the Campanian alliance totaled about 20,000 people. They defeated most of the invading Ka Utini, especially the main force led by Segovani, who was almost surrounded and annihilated. After cleaning up the battlefield after the battle, a total of about 3,000 Ka Utini warriors were killed or injured. More than 2,000 Ka Utini were captured, and the casualties of the Ka Utini warriors who escaped back to the mountains were unknown. For this victory, the allied forces of Daionia and Campania also paid a certain price. A total of more than 1,500 soldiers were killed or injured. Among them, the 1st Company of the 4th Brigade of Daionia Legio III was almost completely wiped out. The 2nd Cavalry Legion also paid a lot of casualties when they stopped Segovani's army from retreating. However, this battle dealt a heavy blow to Ka Utini and shocked the entire Samanai region at the same time. In the Senate of Carthage, the elders were in a heated debate about the news that had just come back from Rome. "Everyone, we can't retreat anymore. A year ago, because of our retreat, the Tarquinian tribe that was close to us was completely annihilated, allowing the Daionia to completely control the Sicera region. Our gold, silver, and supplies were wasted in vain. Now, the greedy Daionia is targeting our ally in central Italy, Rome. We can't just watch the Daionia conquer Rome and then smoothly occupy all of Italy. When that time comes, which country can stop the vast territory of Daionia? And such a powerful kingdom of Daionia will still be willing to live in peace with us? Carthage. Preta Cuba, the leader of the Magonid faction in the Senate, waved his arms excitedly and shouted. His impassioned words moved some of the elders. Akradin stood up and said calmly, "Calm down, Pretacuba, you are too excited. I remember that the news only said that the envoy of Dionia hopes that Rome will stop its attack on Wolsey, and has no intention of starting a war with Rome. Rome has annexed too much land over the years. It should stop and sort out its internal affairs. The conflict between the nobles and the commoners in its country is so fierce, and even the people have refused to elect a consul for many years. If this continues, Rome will have a big problem sooner or later. Akradin, I think you are really muddle-headed." Another Magonid elder, Sanapor, stood up and criticized. "We spend so much gold, silver, and supplies every year just to make Rome a prosperous city. We want Rome to become a powerful force in central Italy, to be able to stop the expansion of the kingdom of Dionia to the north. Now that the Wolsey people have suffered a crushing defeat, it is the best time for Rome to conquer them and strengthen its power. If Rome stops its attack and shrinks its power, it will give the Wolsey people a chance to breathe. Now, Dionia has realized the danger of Rome, and they are doing their best to help Wolsey. They may also unite with other forces that oppose Rome to strengthen their influence in central Italy. With the support of Dionia, these races will continue to oppose Rome, and in the end, Rome will be conquered by Dionia, just like the Tannic tribe. I think this is not what any of the wise elders here would wish to see. It is also not in the interest of our Carthage at all. Therefore, we must fully support the people of Rome, and let them reject the proposal of Dionia. Santapor, please pay attention. What you mean by fully supporting Rome is to let them continue to attack Wolsey, and eventually lead to the war between Rome and Dionia ahead of schedule." Sophie Tepenlaco stood up and asked loudly. An uproar broke out in the hall. "Yes, it is likely to lead to such a situation," Sanapor replied calmly. Another uproar broke out in the hall. "Rome alone will not be able to fight against Dionia. When that time comes as an ally of Rome, should Carthage participate in the war?" Tepenlaco asked, "Whether it is to abide by the oath, fulfill the contract of military alliance, or to protect the interests of Carthage, we must declare war against Dionia." Pretacuba said firmly. The elders were in an uproar, and the hall was filled with arguments. "When we agreed to support the Tannic tribe in Rome, hoping that they could suppress the expansion of Dionia, didn't we already see Dionia as our enemy? Don't tell me you're still holding on to the delusion that the kingdom of Dionia, which has become immeasurably powerful after wiping out one race and faction after another, will continue to coexist peacefully with us." Pretacuba questioned loudly, causing the noisy hall to become much quieter. "Declare war against Dionia? Do you know that we have just sent troops to Cirta to eliminate the Namibian rebellion a few months ago, and it has not been completely pacified?" Tepenlaco reminded loudly. "There are also rebellions in Dionia. The Masapi, Pachetti, Doni, they have more of them than us. But this does not stop them from continuing to wage war and conquer other forces." Pretacuba said loudly with an angry expression, "If the people of Dionia can do it, we, Carthage, have ruled this land for so long. We should be able to do it." Chapter 677. Akradin immediately stood up, trying to dispel the impact of Pretacuba's words on the senators. "Pretacuba, do you know that the current Dionia is much stronger than Syracuse? They have at least 10 legions for fleets, and it is said that they have a population of 2 million. Their territory is also far larger than the land and city-states controlled by Syracuse. Therefore, they can easily form an army of 100,000 people. Can we do that? Therefore, it is not appropriate for us to start a war with Dionia now. Instead, we should speed up the expansion in the interior of Africa and strengthen our strength so that we can have a decisive battle with Dionia in the future." Pretacuba sneered. "In the future? When is the future?" "When Dionia completely occupies all of Italy." I think now is the best time to start a war with Dionia. Because Dionia is experiencing a drought, they are short of food. My lords, you should not have forgotten that we just refused their request to buy food not long ago, let alone 100,000 people. I doubt that Dionia can even organize 50,000 soldiers. And we have Western Sicily, Namibia, Southern Iberia, and also allies with the powerful state of Rome in central Italy and the Mauritanian Kingdom in Western Africa. And I heard that the Simonians, who were defeated by Dionia and forced to form an alliance with them, are now very dissatisfied with Dionia and are completely likely to be roped in by us. There are also Sparta, who are afraid of Dionia's strength. You see, Dionia looks strong, but in fact it has many enemies. We have a good chance of winning. Predicuba's words caused the senators to discuss. Hanno, who had been silent, heard the word Southern Iberia and frowned slightly. At this time he saw the leader of the neutral faction, Aciruba, stand up with a serious face. Everyone, you all know that I don't like war. The war with Syracuse cost me a son. But I want to remind you of one thing. For more than a year, our trade with Sardinia, Carthage, has been sharply declining. What is the reason? I'm sure all of you are well aware that the judges we sent to the various cities in Sardinia have investigated and found out that the citizens of these cities have secretly sailed their ships to the Dionic cities of Annona and Poseidonia across the sea to purchase clay pots, olive oil, wine, and even livestock and so on. Although our judges have urged the cities of Sardinia to strengthen their management, they are still unable to do so because the Dionia sells goods at a much lower price than we do. Unlike the city-states of the Campania Alliance, Dionia ignored our protests and even imposed restrictions on our merchants within Dionia's borders. For example, Dionia's commerce officials recently punished a few of our merchants in Lochley just because they sold grains at a price higher than the price Dionia set. Tanit above, the price of goods is determined according to the demand of the people. This is the trade principle followed by the merchants of various cities in the Mediterranean Sea. Dionia actually punished our merchants because of this. This is simply unacceptable. Senators, our ancestors of Carthage, came here from Tyre and made a living as merchants. They gradually prospered and finally became strong today. Without prosperous trade, there will be no strong Carthage. Trade is our root. I don't care how much land Dionia occupies, but now it is deliberately restricting our trade and trying to dig out our roots. This must arouse our vigilance. We must also make a strong counterattack. We want Dionia to make concessions on trade. Aciruba's speech was deafening and resonated with the senators. Lord Aciruba is right. My family's caravan no longer sells wine to Sardinia because very few people buy it. This is all because of Dionia. It's not enough to make Dionia make concessions on trade. As long as it continues to expand, there will only be fewer and fewer cities for us to trade freely and monopolize the sea routes. In the future, Carthage will have no choice but to submit to Dionia because of the decline of trade. If we want to continue to prosper in trade, we must eliminate the kingdom of Dionia. Yes, we will unite with Rome and wage war against Dionia. We will win back our dominance over the western Mediterranean Sea. Listening to these words in the conference hall, Hanno's face became more and more gloomy. He knew that the continuous expansion of Dionia in recent years was the biggest threat to Carthage's security, but he did not want to start a war at this time. There were two reasons. First, the occupation of the Namibian region was not stable. Second, although Margot was driven to the Iberian Peninsula, he occupied a large area of land there, built several towns, and appointed his own officials. He always disobeyed the orders of the Senate. Hanno had repeatedly tried to strengthen the management of the newly occupied territories in Carthage, but some of the means he took were ultimately unsuccessful, which gave him a headache. If he launched a war against Dionia at this time, it would give the warlike family a chance to return to the Senate of Carthage. After operating in the Senate for more than 10 years, Hanno had complete control over it. Although Predicuba and Aciruba's words had greatly moved the elders in the meeting hall, As long as Hanno did not agree in the end, the elders who were loyal to him would not easily vote in favor of this proposal. This proposal would not be able to reach a final decision due to the number of people supporting it. Hanno stubbornly resisted the pressure and did not express his position for 7 days in a row. Gades, a colony established by the Phoenician powerful Tyre in the southern Iberian Peninsula. It was said that it was discovered hundreds of years ago when a high-ranking official of Tyre encountered a storm while on his way to the Bali Islands. The ship was blown off course, sailed past the Pillars of Hercules, and stopped on a beach. After these lucky survivors expressed their gratitude to the god Melicat, they found that the place where they were located was located at the end of a long and narrow promontory. The environment facing the water on 3 sides made it difficult to attack by land, but easy to enter by sea. It turned out to be an excellent natural harbor, so the colony of Gades was established here. With the discovery of a large number of silver veins, iron, and other metals in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, the trade between the Phoenicians and the kingdom of Tartessus in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula strengthened. They actually controlled the mining and metal or processing industries in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula, and Gades became prosperous. It quickly became the main transportation hub for the Phoenicians in the Iberian Peninsula, and it may even be the most prosperous of all the Phoenician colonies in the western Mediterranean. A large number of mined, melted, and processed silver from the Iberian Peninsula were continuously sent to Tyre to meet the needs of its suzerain, Assur, and thus to fight for more freedom for the Tyrians. But in the following 100 years, the eastern Mediterranean Sea suffered frequent wars, the hegemony changed, and the mother state of Tyre declined. Carthage then rose and replaced Tyre's position. After 100 years, all the Phoenician colonies in the western Mediterranean were brought under his jurisdiction, and Gades was no exception. The silver and other metal castings that were processed in the city of Gades were first transported to Carthage, and Carthage was in charge of all trade matters with the mother state of the eastern Mediterranean. After the Maganid family set foot on the Iberian Peninsula, according to the rules of the Carthage Senate, they were not allowed to interfere in the government affairs of Gades. But after more than 10 years of operation, Gades had been secretly brought under the control of the Maganid family. On this day, a tattered merchant ship sailed in from the port of Gades, and to the surprise of the people in the port, it was a group of Greeks. So, after receiving the news, the Gades City Hall immediately sent a patrol to detain the people on the ship. Only then did they know that the merchant ship came from the kingdom of Ionia. Originally, it was going to the Greek colonial city-state of Sagunto in the northern Iberian Peninsula for trade, but unexpectedly encountered a storm, and the cargo ship was blown near the coast of Gades. The friendly agreement between Carthage and Ionia stipulated that apart from trading with Carthage, the people of Ionia were not allowed to trade directly with other colonial city-states or affiliated city-states of Carthage. Otherwise, they would be punished, but the punishment must be jointly heard by the officials of both sides. If, for some reason, they mistakenly entered Carthage's territory, they could be allowed to leave after understanding the situation, but they were not allowed to stay in the same place. Therefore, after the people of Gades understood the situation, they urged the merchant ship to leave. But the problem was that the merchant ship was too damaged and had to be repaired before it could set sail again. Therefore, the people of Gades had to send the ship to the shipyard for repair, and put the people of Ionia under house arrest in the hotel. Of course, they had to pay for the ship repair and food. During this period, someone quietly slipped into the room of the owner of the merchant ship, Iones. He claimed to be a Phoenician from Horva, and his owner was a big merchant of Horva. He owned thousands of mining slaves and controlled the mining rights of several silver mines. Every month, he mined several tons of silver ore. He could have made more money from this, but Carthage forced him not to sell it. He could only process the mined metal ore and sell it to Carthage, but the profit was much less. Therefore, his owner was very dissatisfied with this, and hoped to find a secret sales channel to sell the mountain of silver at a higher price. Iones was a little tempted after hearing this. Once an emancipated slave of the Cunigurata family, he later obtained citizenship and became a merchant with the financial support of Sostatus. And as he was in frequent contact with his benefactor, Sostatus, he knew that the Ministry of Commerce of the Kingdom of Dionia had a concern. Chapter 678. Due to the strength of the country and the prosperity of trade, the currency of Dionia, Hades, was not only popular in the country, but also in the Allied States and the entire western Mediterranean Sea. Due to its exquisite design and high purity of silver, it had also become a popular commodity. The people of other cities liked to exchange other coins for the Hades silver coins as a collection and would not use them unless it was absolutely necessary. As a result, the silver coins that were circulated could not be fully recovered, and the new silver coins that were reforged with the silver coins of other cities would be damaged. This cycle continued year after year, and the total amount of silver coins circulating in the country decreased. The silver coins of Hades became more valuable, and this worsened the vicious cycle. Therefore, in order to maintain the credibility of the silver coins of Hades and promote the prosperity of trade without lowering its purity, they must have their own source of silver mines. This was why the Ministry of Commerce had been supporting Ennona and Poseidonia to secretly trade with the people of Sardinia. Now, there was a new channel to obtain silver mines in front of Aeones. If he could seize it, what would it mean? Wealth, power. Even Aeones imagined that the king of Dionia would personally receive him and reward him. Therefore, he was tempted, but he still maintained a little caution. Dionia and Carthage have an agreement. We can't trade here. Definitely not in Gades. The people of Carthage here are too strict. But in Huerva, my master has considerable influence there. He can quietly avoid interrogations and trade at the uninhabited beach near Huerva. This person obviously came prepared. His plan was quite thorough, but after all, it was the first time he had dealt with him. Is he trustworthy? Aeones hesitated again and again. In the end, he could not resist the temptation and decided to take the risk. After Ionis merchant ship was temporarily repaired, under the warning of the officials in Gades, he led his crew and smoothly sailed the merchant ship out of Gades. They first sailed east, and when the Carthaginian patrol ship returned, he made the merchant ship turn around again and sailed a big circle along the coast of the African continent. They went around Lissus and Gades and arrived near Huerva, which was further west. Huerva was located near the mouth of the Odier River. Before the rise of Gades, it was the metal processing center of the Phoenicians in the entire western Mediterranean. Large amounts of ore from the mines in the interior were transported downstream through the Odier River to Huerva. There were hundreds of smelting furnaces in the town, and even the ore from Sardinia was transported here to be smelted. Even after Gades took over some of the smelting tasks, the metal smelting output of Huerva was still very shocking. Aeones saw from afar on the ship that countless pillars of smoke rising into the sky along the coast. Under the guidance of the Huerva, who was lurking among the crew, the merchant ship anchored at a remote, deserted beach. But while the Huerva went to inform his master, Aeones was nervous and a little uneasy. He thought to himself that if he found out that he had been tricked, he would immediately sail away. It would only be a delay, and he would have already made a loss on this voyage anyway. Unexpectedly, things went very smoothly. After waiting for a long time, the owner of the mine appeared. He brought many slaves and a pack full of silver bricks. After a discussion, the two quickly reached an agreement. Aeones used a ship of Turii wine that he had originally intended to sell at Saganto in exchange for nearly 500 pounds of silver bricks. It was obvious that Aeones had profited, but it was obvious that the mine owner had also given Aeones a sweetener for future transactions. Aeones suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and agreed with the mine owner on the time, place, and goods for the next trade. Only then did he board the merchant ship contentedly and prepare to sail away from the deserted beach amidst the cheers of the crew. At this time, several Carthage patrol ships suddenly appeared and completely surrounded him. Once again, Aeones and his crew were all captured. When the dejected Aeones was escorted onto the patrol ship, he saw that the man who had persuaded him to come to Vila, who had previously tried to curry favor with him, was now sneering at him. Aeones' heart immediately sank to the bottom. This was a conspiracy. Sexy, a Phoenician colony in southern Iberia, was located east of the Pillars of Hercules and near the city of Malacca. It was the residence of the governor of Iberia, appointed by Carthage, and the governor was the patriarch of the Maganid family Mago. A few years ago, he had moved most of the family members, including his daughter Dido, and supplies here. Sexy had actually become the private territory of the Maganid family. The waters near the city were rich in mackerel and one of the main producers of Phoenician fish sauce. In the study of the governor's mansion, the main members of the Maganid family were having an important gathering. Sitting in the middle was the patriarch of the Maganid family, Carthage's governor of Iberia, Mago. This old man, who was almost 55 years old, had white hair and beard, and his face was full of wrinkles. It was a series of setbacks that had been carved on his face over the years, including the fiasco of the attack on Syracuse, his brother's suicide, repeated defeats under the attacks of Dionysius, the loss of the Maganid family's dominant position in the Senate, and so on. Only when he came to Iberia, with great power in his hands and no one holding him back, did he recover his former lofty aspirations, and his authority grew with each passing day. On his right was his brother Hamilco's eldest son, Hasdrubal. After more than 10 years of tempering, this young general, who only knew how to charge and attack, had become somewhat steady and reserved. Only his pair of slightly fierce eyes were filled with heroism. On his left was Hamilco's second son, Hacker. Before coming to the Iberian Peninsula, he was still a thin and childish youth. Now he was almost 30 years old. His figure was slender, and his physique could also be considered strong. Only his face was a bit pale, and there was a bit of exhaustion between his brows. He had already become Mago's most indispensable arm. Nowadays, he was mainly in charge of the internal affairs of the Iberian territory, and the stability of the Maganid family's rule here could not go unnoticed because of him. Sitting next to Mago was a member of the distant branch of the Maganid family. In the process of expanding the territory and fighting with the indigenous people, he stood out and was highly regarded by Mago. He was careful in his thinking and steady in the use of troops. The indigenous people had raided the rear of the territory several times, but they were all seen through by him and eventually repelled, ensuring the safety of the Iberian territory. "Uncle, there is news from Huelva. What we planned has been successful. The greedy Dionia merchant and his merchant ship full of silver bricks have all been captured. Next, should we send them to Carthage?" The wooden chair Hacker was sitting on was specially made. The back of the chair was tilted back, so he could lie down and talk. As soon as he spoke, the exhaustion on his face disappeared, and his eyes shone. A smile finally appeared on Mago's serious face. His eyes shone with the excitement that he had been waiting for a long time. He said in a deep voice, "Let's follow your plan. At the same time, inform Predicuba and let him spread the news. Let everyone in Carthage know that Dionia is not only eyeing our silver mine, but has also begun to take action. Will that old man really give in and support Rome to fight against Dionia?" Hasdrubal did not have much confidence in the Senate of Carthage, so he asked with uncertainty, "Brother, right now, Carthage is full of dissatisfaction with Dionia. Be it the people or most of the senators, they all want to teach Dionia a lesson, but Hanno has not made a decision yet." Hacker laughed coldly. "It's just his pitiful pride as the person with the highest authority in Carthage. This matter will be like pouring oil on a burning stove. If he dares to delay, then his Sophie's time will come to an end. I hope that old man continues to obstruct the passing of the Senate. I want him to taste the pain of being kicked out of office by the people," Hasdrubal said, taking pleasure in Hacker's misfortune. "Don't underestimate Hanno. He will not easily give up the leadership of the Senate of Carthage. We need to continue to be vigilant and pay attention to the development of the situation in Carthage," Margot reminded. He knew how powerful Hanno was. Otherwise, he would not have reluctantly chosen to leave Carthage and go to Iberia. Once Dionia and Carthage go to war, Uncle, when should we send out our troops? Hasdrubal looked at Margot with an eager expression. I think it's best if we send out our troops when Carthage's army is defeated and the people remember an appeal to the Maganid clan. The Senate pleads for us to send out our troops. Hacker suggested. Hacker's words lifted the spirits of the other three. The Maganid clan had been preparing for this operation for a long time. Their goal was to restore the clan's glory and regain control of the Senate. What if Dionia retreats because Rome is supported by Carthage? Kisego asked cautiously. Margot and Hasdrubal were stunned, but Hacker said with certainty, Dionia will not retreat. The king of Dionia has always claimed that he is a man who keeps his promises, and he has done so since the establishment of Dionia. Therefore, the people of Dionia and its allies have always trusted him. If he chooses to retreat this time and allows Rome to annex his ally, Wolsey, not only will it disappoint the allies of Dionia, it will also cause the people of Dionia to lose their trust in him. The king of Dionia is a wise man. He will never make such a mistake. Margot nodded and sighed. Although the king of Dionia is young, he has had to fight many powerful enemies in order to fulfill his promise. He actually won in the end. How admirable! Chapter 679. But this time, it will be difficult for him to win again, because we are participating in the war. Hasdrubal said, unconvinced. Once Dionia starts a war with Carthage, what if? Carthage's army wins consecutive victories? What should we do then? Kisco asked cautiously again. With the Carthage army that Hanno fostered? Hasdrubal said with a look of disdain. They only know how to bully the weak Namibians. Even if the Dionia were to encounter a drought, it is likely that they will be surrounded by enemies on all sides. But a lion is a lion after all. It is not something that wild dogs can deal with. In the end, they still have to rely on us. Hasdrubal held his head high, full of confidence. If Margot was still in Carthage in the past, he would be the first to actively request to lead the army into battle when an enemy infringed on Carthage's interests. But after staying in the Iberian Peninsula for so many years, his temperament had changed greatly. He nodded without hesitation. Let's do it. Then he looked around at the three of them and solemnly said, Hacker, from now on, you have to stock up on grains, forge more weapons and equipment, and carefully prepare everything for the expedition. Yes, Uncle. Hasdrubal, you have to speed up the recruitment of soldiers and train the army. Don't worry, Uncle. Leave it to me. Kisco, hurry up and contact the Celtic tribes in the north of Iberia. Sign a peace agreement with them and hire their warriors to fight for us. Also, send envoys to our ally in the south, the Kingdom of Mauritania, and strive to get them to send reinforcements to fight with us. Yes, Lord Governor. After the meeting, Margot returned to the backyard, the excitement in his heart still lingering in his chest. He said to the servant, Pour me a glass of wine. A moment later, it was his daughter, Dido, who brought the wine. Already 21 years old, Dido was unusually beautiful, like a fruit that was about to ripen, but she was still unmarried. She asked softly, Father, have you made a decision? Brother Mara knew what she was asking about. Because of Dido's intelligence, Brother Mara did not avoid her when it came to important government affairs. Sometimes he even asked her for advice. Yes, it has been decided. I believe that in less than half a year, we will be able to return to Carthage amidst the cheers of the people. At that time, your marriage will also be settled. Since Dido was his only child, Margot gave her some autonomy in her marriage, and his daughter had very high standards. In addition, the Iberian region was indeed relatively backward, and there were no outstanding people, so his daughter's marriage became a worry for him. Dido didn't reply to him, instead frowning and sighing, We're doing quite well in Iberia. Why must we return to Carthage? Carthage is our route. Margot said seriously, Our ancestors went through a lot of hardships to build that city. How can we abandon it so easily? Besides, if Carthage declines, our days in Iberia won't be any better, so no matter what, we have to protect Carthage's prosperity. But the kingdom of Dionia is not so easy to deal with. It is much stronger than Syracuse in the past. I'm afraid that if we anger it, it will eventually bring us disaster. There was a lot of worry between Dido's eyebrows. Dionia is strong, but our Carthage is also strong. What's more, now is the best time to attack Dionia, so you can rest assured. Besides, war is a man's business, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. If you have free time, go and help Hacker. He will be the busiest in the next period of time, and he needs someone to help him with some tasks. Otherwise, I'm afraid his body won't be able to hold on. As Margot said this, he raised his glass and sipped the wine. Obviously, he didn't want to listen to Dido's persuasion anymore. Okay. Dido sighed faintly. 2 days later, Ionis and his crew were escorted into the city of Carthage. Almost all the citizens of Carthage who received the news in advance were mobilized. When they saw the carts of stolen goods, silver bricks, following closely behind these criminals, the citizens of Carthage were enraged. About half of the citizens of Carthage were merchants or engaged in business-related occupations. For the past 2 years, the people of Dionia had used tricks to break the commercial monopoly of Carthage in Sardinia, and the expulsion of Carthage merchants in Dionia some time ago had already made them resentful. Now that they saw everything in front of them, their anger could be imagined. Damn thieves! Despicable and shameless people of Dionia! How dare they steal the wealth of our Carthage? We can't let them off so easily. Execute them. Execute these thieves who tried to steal our wealth. Let the people of Dionia know the power of our Carthage. Curses filled with hatred resounded throughout the city. Ionis and his crew were like small trees in the wind, trembling in fear. Under the wave of protests and curses against Dionia, Predicuba and a few other senators proposed in the Senate to hold a public trial for these criminals of Dionia. This time, Hanno did not go against the trend to stop it, and the proposal was passed. Soon, the court of 100 people set up their formation in the square. Ionis plucked up his courage and applied for the court to arrange for officials of Dionia to be present to hear his case in accordance with the agreement signed between Dionia and Carthage. However, he was rejected. Next, the mine owner who sold him the silver bullion became the plaintiff, accusing Ionis of colluding with his own miners and slave leaders to sell the silver bullion privately. Another Carthage slave with a wretched figure whom Ionis had never seen before became a witness. He regretted how he was bribed by the people of Dionia with a large sum of money and betrayed his master. Furthermore, this was not the first time such a transaction had taken place. The captain of the patrol ship in Vilva and his sailors unanimously identified that they had found the silver bullion on Ionis' merchant ship and witnessed the transaction with their own eyes. The evidence was so clear that the matter was clear at a glance. This Dionia merchant deliberately violated the agreement between the two parties and repeatedly stole and sold the silver bullion, an important resource of Carthage. In Carthage, the people shouted in unison, "Execute this man of Dionia!" Amidst the roars of anger, Ionis was sentenced to death along with his crew during the entire trial without even a chance to defend himself. Ionis and his crew were pale as they were pushed to the execution ground by the soldiers of Carthage in a daze. Although it was called the execution ground, it was actually the temple of Baal-Harmon, the protector of Carthage. Baal-Hamon was a god revered by the Phoenicians. He controlled fire and was also known as the Lord of the Furnace. It was no wonder that the Carthaginians, who relied on metal processing and smelting as their main industry, would worship him. They would also sacrifice living people, mainly children, to him during certain celebrations or special occasions in order to obtain his protection. This time, sending the people of Dionia to Mount Bursa to be sacrificed was the idea of Protocoba and the other elders. They believed that if the proposal to support Rome was passed, Baal-Harmon would curse the enemy and give them the greatest protection in the upcoming war with Dionia. When Ionis and his crew were escorted to the huge bronze statue of Baal Harmon. They saw a huge pit filled with flames at the bottom of the bronze statue. Standing at the edge of the pit, the hot air that blew against their faces seemed to be able to singe their hair. "Push them down! Push them down!" The people of Carthage, who followed them, shouted in a frenzy. "The people of Carthage want to burn us to death." Amidst the sorrowful cries of his crew, Ionis recovered from his stupor. He bitterly regretted his greed and hated the shamelessness and cruelty of the people of Carthage even more. In a situation where death was inevitable, he glared at the people of Carthage and roared in a stern voice, "Despicable and shameless people of Carthage! In the name of the Hades, I, Ionis, hereby curse all of you. One day your homes and your cities will be burned to ashes by this raging fire." After Ionis finished cursing, he loudly chanted the hymn of the Hades. The crew, who were originally terrified, gradually calmed down when they heard his voice. They also chanted loudly, "Just and strict Lord of the underworld, I fearlessly accept death. I come to your temple full of hope." The people of Carthage became even more furious. When the priest finished his prayers, they could not wait to push the people of Dionia into the pit of fire. They watched as the criminals became flaming men, dancing and screaming in the pit of fire. The people of Carthage cheered excitedly. However, although the hymn of the Hades was weak, it still continued, "Under your cross, all sins will have nowhere to hide." When the news that Legio III defeated Cautini reached Turiae, it really surprised the Devers. His initial hope was that Legio III could teach the Cautini a lesson and deter the few disobedient tribes of Samni. However, he did not expect to achieve such a great result. He had to reconsider whether to change the strategy against the Samni. A day later, he once again convened a meeting of the heads of departments, including the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, in the palace. The Cautini violated the covenant and invaded the territory of the Campanian alliance without authorization. They must be severely punished. We accept Cautini's negotiation and release the captured soldiers on the condition that in order to prevent Cautini from attacking the territory of the Campanians, the allies of Dionia, in the future, Cautini must hand over the 3 towns of Capua, Laura, and Sessela to Dionia. Segovani must be judged by the Campanians, and the leader of Cautini must be re-elected and must be recognized by Dionia. Chapter 680. The Devers' words shocked everyone present. They did not expect the king to have such a huge appetite. Compared to the lenient policy he adopted for the Samni people after their defeat more than a decade ago, the request this time was much harsher. "Your Majesty, I am afraid the Cautini people will not agree to your request." Cornelis reminded, "Negotiation is negotiation. We will propose some difficult conditions, and according to Cautini's response, we will gradually reduce them until both parties are satisfied. However, the bottom line is that Lola must be controlled by us, and the position of Cautini's great leader must be re-elected. We cannot allow a person who has violated the covenant multiple times and hates Dionia to remain in this position." The Devers said firmly, "Your Majesty, with Cautini's current strength, it will not be difficult to achieve this condition." The Foreign Affairs Minister Ansatanos said confidently. "However, the crushing defeat of the Cautini people and our next request will probably raise the vigilance of the other Samni races. They have been dissatisfied with us before, and I'm afraid that there will be new trouble this time," Lucius reminded worriedly. "I agree with the decision made by your Majesty. Even without this incident, the Samni people's dissatisfaction with us, the people of Dionia, has always existed. As far as I know, the Samni people have always regarded the crushing defeat to Dionia and submission to us as a humiliation, and have always held a grudge against us. We will seize every opportunity to weaken them, so that even if the Samni people hate us, they will not have the strength to retaliate against us." Antares said loudly. Lucius glanced at Antares with slight dissatisfaction. This newly promoted rotating chairman had been very active recently, and it seemed like he was catching up from behind. The Devers, on the other hand, gave him a look of approval. He felt that it was the right decision to choose Antares as the rotating president. Compared to Kunigarata, Antares' ability to handle internal affairs was not weak, and he was proactive. More importantly, he took the initiative to cooperate with the Devers, so that some of the Devers' decisions and proposals could be implemented through the Senate more smoothly. This was better than the dead Kunigarata. Your Majesty, the condition you proposed is really great. The Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, was not blindly praising. From the perspective of military strategy, he said sincerely, if we can get Lola and Sasala, then we can connect with the Katini town of Nazera, which is friendly with us in the south of Campania and the Benelum region of the Hilpini tribe that is close to us. At the same time, with the support of our ally, the Campania alliance nearby, and our territories of Annona, Poseidonia, and Cupsa not far to the south, we can completely seal the Samanai people in the mountains and restrict their invasion and expansion. The Devers were happy that Helos could see through their intentions. He coughed and further reminded, not only do we have to restrict the Samanai people, but we also have to further accelerate the conquest and assimilation of them. The Samanai people trapped in the mountains, because of the barren land and lack of food, will either come out to rob or trade with us, which will give us more opportunities. In addition, we have to strengthen the military forces in the Downey region to prevent the angry Samanai people from advancing eastward and raiding our newly conquered territory. Oh yes, how is the preparation of the 11th Legion? With the strong support of Sir Antonio's, our military camp near Lyciria has not only been built, but we have also conducted several rounds of military training. After listening to Helo's report, the Devers tapped his hand on the back of the chair. It seemed that Antonio's had gotten over the influence of Laodician's case. In the past 2 years, not only had he stabilized the situation in Lyciria, the central town of Downey, but he had also actively cooperated with the Ministry of Military Affairs. He pondered for a moment and said, now the candidate for the commander of the 11th Legion has not been confirmed. The Ministry of Military Affairs wants to warn the military trainers in the Downey barracks to pay attention to strengthening the security of the Western Mountains to prevent the Samanai people from attacking. Once there is a real enemy situation, Antonios can temporarily command the 11th Legion. At the same time, you have to tell Melisande that he is the commander of the 10th Legion in the Pachetti region. Once there is an abnormal military situation, immediately rush to the Downey region. Yes, Your Majesty. After getting a clear answer from Helos, the Devers turned to look at Ansitanos again. How is the roping in of the Frentani going? The Fiorentini lived in the low-lying mountains north of the Downey region, close to the Adriatic coast. Although they claimed to be a branch of the Samni, they were not very aggressive and their numbers were not very large. Although the Samanai people did not recognize this race, they rarely invaded them. Of course, this might also have something to do with their land being too barren. Ever since the Frentani signed a friendly agreement with us, they're no longer as nervous as they were at the beginning. They know that we, the Dionia, have always kept our promises. While Ansitanos was speaking, Minister of Commerce Marigi interrupted. Your Majesty, the market we have set up at the Typhernus River, the boundary river between Frentani and Downey, is very lively now. Every day, there are Frentani tribes of all sizes bringing mountain products, ores, wood to exchange for grain, olive oil, pottery, and other goods. They are not as cautious and barbaric as the Samanai people used to trade with us. The Devers nodded and suddenly remembered something. He asked Helos, I remember that a few months ago, the Frentani people once asked us if we could send a fleet to patrol their coast to drive away the ferocious pirates. How is it going? Your Majesty, the 4th Fleet has specially sent a few warships to patrol the coast for them. There have been several battles with pirates who attempted to go ashore to rob them. For this reason, Milches, this is the naval commander of the 4th Fleet, wrote a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs, requesting to increase the number of warships. Helos replied, I remember this. 2 months ago, I approved a document from the Ministry of Military Affairs, adding 5 three-oared warships to the 4th fleet. The Devers tapped the table with his fingers and muttered, "The Frentani people are now far more dependent on us than they are on the Samonai people. If we really have a war with the Samonai people in the future, I believe that the Frentani people will eventually stand on our side." After saying that, the Devers changed the topic. "All right, everyone. Although the negotiations with the Samonai people have not yet begun, we still have to make preparations in advance. Once we really obtain the 3 cities of Lola, Sicila, and Capsa, we can move people there as soon as possible, quickly occupying and stabilizing the eastern part of the Campania plains." The Minister of Household Registration, Raphaez, immediately reminded, "Your Majesty, in the past few years, the registered probationary citizens and freedmen have been successively assigned to the Apulia region. The Apulia region includes Mashapi, Pacetti, and Downey. Now, there is a lot of empty land in the Downey region, but there is not enough new population to fill it, so it has to be designated as public land for the kingdom. Unless the freedmen who have just moved to Dionia are sent to Campania." The Devers frowned. In the early days of Dionia's development, they had to adopt such an extreme method due to the urgency of the situation. But now they no longer wanted to use such a method to lower the quality of the entire people and increase the difficulty of governance. At this time, Vespa interrupted, "Your Majesty, there is enough new population in the kingdom. They can move to Campania." Raphaez looked at him in surprise. "Where are these people you mentioned?" The Devers reacted. "You mean the children in the tribes?" Over the years, except for the old, the sick, and the disabled, the young and the strong of the tribes have gradually become independent. If it were not for the slaves, it would be difficult for those tribes to even graze. Vespa lamented the decline of the tribes in Lucania, but he also knew that this was the general trend. After more than 10 years, most of the children in the tribes have now become adults. Their desire for independence, to establish a family, and to own a piece of land is stronger than the tribal warriors in the past. Moreover, most of them are reserve soldiers of Legio III. After settling in Campania, they can directly become the main force to stabilize that area and defend against the Simonians. The Devers were overjoyed. In this way, not only would the population problem of moving to Campania be solved, but the problem of the remaining tribes would also be solved. As the king, he considered more and turned to look at Sidorum. The situation that Vespa mentioned should also exist in the tribes of Brudi, right? "Yes, Your Majesty, but it should not be as many as in Lucania." Sidorum pondered and replied, "During the Southern Italian War, there was a rebellion in the Brudi region. In the end, many tribes were completely dismantled and destroyed. Then I'll have to trouble the 2 sirs to go to Lucania and Brudi, respectively, to count the young people of the tribes who are willing to settle in Campania, and finally report to Raphaez. Once the negotiations with Coltini are completed, arrange for them to go immediately." When the Devers finished speaking, they were also relieved. At first, the tribes of Lucania and Brudi were kept because Dionia was not strong enough, so they compromised. Later, when they conquered Massapi and Pacetti, they were much more brutal. From the beginning, they completely broke up the tribes. Although it caused more turmoil, it also made these 2 areas completely free of tribal problems. Now, the Devers saw the hope of completely solving the tribes of Lucania and Brudi. "Your Majesty, should Legio III wait until the negotiations with the Simonians are over before leaving?" Helos asked.